So we'll just do a quick track guide here. I'm going to go inside the car actually just to make it less noisy. So coming into turn one, you're braking in around the 200 meter board. So a lot of guys will be going flat out now, especially in the first laps. You don't want to run too wide here because you need to carry as much speed as you can the whole way down this massive, it's essentially a long straight, it's flat out the whole way down to bus stop. And if you get that first corner wrong, you have to off a little bit so you don't get a track limit warning. You know, you're really going to be on the back foot the whole way down this straight. And again, at the start of the race, it's going to be hectic, cars side by side, so pick your moments. I don't want to hear what you could have done is, if you are behind someone and you make a silly move, it's what you could have done, not the car ahead. So around here as well, it's going to be tough because you will tend to get a bit of understeer here if you go on the power too early and run wide. But you can kind of carry as much speed as you can down into this sector here, which is very, very tough, especially if you're racing someone side by side. Some people might get a little bit of understeer but cut back across as well. So it's all about being very patient with your overtakes in Watkins Glen. There's loads of places to do so. Here's another lovely overtaking opportunity. Some people might run a bit too deep. You can run up the inside of them. And then it's flat out then up to about running fourth gear, maybe fifth gear, depending on how good you are. I wouldn't be that good now, but then it's hard on the brakes. Now this is a corner that you can really mess up. You need just to be patient, get on the throttle then and run the car out wide and go through. But then again, track limits there is a big thing. And an awful lot of people get this corner wrong. Get on the power a bit too early. They can tend to understeer, go out and hit that wall possibly. So I will be expecting 1 or 2 incidents here tonight throughout this race. It's a 3.5 hour race tonight. And it's all about being patient on the throttle here, getting on full again, carrying as much speed as you can and being patient around the last corner as well. And you need to carry as much speed then down. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one tonight. And I know all the drivers here tonight are going to be absolutely on it, but just for the first few laps, be mindful of the cars ahead with everything that's going on, how manic it is at the start of a race. Don't be that guy that makes a silly move here, because you could ruin your own race as well as several other drivers. Keep it clean as you always do, lads. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Obviously, this is just a quick kind of walk around it there for anyone who's watching. I'm by no means an esports driver, but you're going to enjoy all these guys and all the teams racing here this evening. So best luck to everybody involved. Welcome along, guys, as Mr. Fangler goes for a little bit of a different line through the bus stop. You're very welcome along to tonight's endurance race. They are still in a little bit of practice. Looking forward to this. Watkins Glen is an amazing track, and we're definitely going to see a lot of action tonight, let's be fair about that. As we jump on with who is currently sitting with the fastest lap. These guys finally have their correct car as well. They did race in the last race in the older version of the Mercedes, so it's great to see them in the proper Evo version, and should be a lot more competitive this time round as well. So yeah, looking forward to this one here. It is going to be epic. Watkins Glen, it's a super fast flowing track. There is a few corners where track limits will 100% be an issue. I think the biggest issue for me is going to be the first few laps to see how clean people can get it, because obviously people are eager out of the bat. It's been a month for round 2. They'll be pushing on to try and get a few positions up. Not a huge grid by the looks of it tonight. There's about 18 cars in. We are expecting a few more to join, so hopefully we get 20 plus. But needless to say, there's going to be a lot of action, especially now a few guys that were in the wrong car, in the right car, other drivers back in teams that were maybe not available as well. So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. And Dr. Evil there up in the third position he goes. Brinkman there as well, on with him then in 4th position. Ventures in the pits. Liam, the handsome lad Smith, although anyone knows me, I'm a Glen Smith supporter. But a beautiful looking livery from them with the Gulf livery. Christian Fengler had designed that under Glen's instruction, and it's a thing of beauty, let's be honest about that. He really made it work on the Ferrari, but I think it works even better on the Aston. It looks very well. It looks like then that's Lucas behind them. Then you've got C. Campbell out there. So Colin Campbell in that McLaren. Very nice looking livery as well on that one. And it's a great thing about ACC as well. All the artists really get to go mad here. And good luck if I'm going to pronounce that name. Malizewski. There we go. That's my best attempt at it. Malizewski. Then Greening is in the car, but it looks like, even though it says Wilfred Robson, they must have just done a driver change. It'll take a second for that to update. Then Hengringer out there. You've got Sean in the beautiful looking BMW. I'm not a big fan of them cars, but they really did make the car work with that there. And La France, what a name. N La France, Nicholas La France. And they did not upload their livery, so unfortunately they are in a carbon black Aston tonight. It is what it is. Then our boy Tetley there. Tetley is teammates with Mr. Papa Fengler as well. So they are representing in the Lamborghini tonight, a car that's not as represented as I feel it should be. And speaking of which, I might as well jump in with the guys in the car number 28 Black Endurance. Hello lads, how are you doing? I'm just on with your car, so I said I'll pop in and say hello and see how you are getting on for the race tonight.
It's a race of attrition, I think, tonight. I think we've both been really busy. I think Christian's been doing his liveries and working and stuff, and I wasn't feeling too well yesterday. I'm feeling a lot better.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better.
Practice hasn't been top of the list, so we're just gonna try and survive tonight, I think.
Oh, that's fair, but the Lambo should be actually quite suited to this track as well. I think it's such a flowing track.
On the dry, it is a weapon to be reckoned with because you've got a long straight and the top speed really suited. But on the other hand, you've got the wet race tomorrow, and that's gonna be such a pain because the Lambo is not for wet.
Yeah, true. The Lambo is quite a danger in the wet. I'm just going to showcase your livery, Kristen. As I stated as well, you do a lot of livery designs and you've created this livery here as well. What was the inspiration for this one here, going with 28 Black?
Oh, well, there is an energy drink in Germany, I don't know, probably in Europe, and it's called 28 Black, and it's got a flavor that is lime something, I believe. I just like the design of the can. Had it in my head, I was like, oh, that would make for a great livery for sure. And so, yeah, here we are.
No, it looks very well, and even the detail you put into it. And how can anyone who's looking for a livery get in contact with you? And
that's fairly easy. Join a Discord, and there's a channel called Livery Chat. Just get in touch with us. There are also other artists around there that do work, so feel free to join.
Brilliant. And what's your expectations for tonight's race?
Hopefully not lost. No, realistically, I don't even know how many people joined by now. 25 were registered, I believe, and 18 are on track. Is that right?
Yes, at the minute. Hopefully a few more do come into it, though.
Alright, so I'll be frank here. Anywhere from 15 to 13 will be a great finish.
Yeah. I to be honest with you, I reckon I'm going to give you as a top 10. I have faith in this as... no, it's a race of attrition.
The guys in front are just so much quicker.
But it doesn't matter about speed, it's about keeping it on track here, because if you have a crash in Watkins Glen, it's always a spectacularly heavy crash most of the time, from my experience seeing any incidents on this in LFM or even in previous races that I've commentated on, or even ones I've raced in. Normally when you crash here, it's a big crash, so that could cause damage for maybe a lap or two for some people. So I honestly reckon you could be on for top 10 if you drive it within the limits, and obviously track limits will be an issue on some corners running wide.
Yeah, have you been in the driver's briefing? Did you?
I did, but I did run off for a sandwich as well, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, no, we try to address that because, as you rightly said, there are some dangerous corners on here. One being that is always just for the individual driver. The first corner with track limits.
Yeah.
The second and third, the Fast S, is notorious for high-speed crashes if people go too wide. You really have to have faith and trust in the other driver and be 100% certain what they do.
100%.
Being followed by the chicane as 4 and 5, like turn 4 and 5. These are also quite notorious for crashes because if somebody wants to overtake into the chicane on the outside, being then on the inside, if the other person just drifts a little bit, which usually happens, it's a big mess up.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Somebody will go into these concrete barriers, and that is just the end of your car.
Very, very true, to be fair about it. I suppose another thing I was going to say to you as well, how confident are you of tyre management here with the Lambo?
Rip front left.
Fair. Yeah, but overall, I think you're going to do quite well. I know you haven't got much practice, but like, look, you're both very seasoned racers, and I know with you getting your new steering wheel, that easily adds 2 seconds to all your lap times.
Yeah, adds, not subtract.
Well, I meant it the other way around.
Yeah. No, I still have to get comfortable.
Fair.
I find myself not quite in the shape I'd like to be. This might be down to the lack of training, but I literally just had 2 hours to prep. And
fair.
1 for endurance for the whole overall, I don't know. So understandably, I'm not at the top of the game. 5 hours is what I usually put into a Sunday race. So we'll see. I honestly take this as a training session for tomorrow.
100%. But look, lads, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I'll jump into 1 or 2 other guys. And I can't wait to see you in the top 10. Don't let me down now. Pressure's on. Enjoy, lads. Just enjoy it. That's the main thing. Don't forget, racing's about having fun as well, as is ERA.
Cheers,
lads. So we're jumping into practice or into the quali session now. So I'm just still going to jump in with 1 or 2 more teams, I'd say. I'm going to jump in with Eleanor because there's a shitload of people in there. How are you, lady boys? Ladies, I know it's qualifying, but I'm still going to annoy you. What's the crack? How are you all getting on?
Hello, Mr. Colin. How you doing, bud?
I'm expecting a few shots out of you lads tonight.
Oh boy. Well, that's nothing new. It's what we do.
So, Paul, if you don't have Eleanor 1, 2, and 3, you have to do 15 shots live on stream.
Okay.
15 shots.
Away we go. I'll just down the bottle then.
It's just a morning's work for Paul. But honestly, how he is prep for tonight, guys?
Yeah, I think our BMW team they up for the top 3, and then we've got the secret Aston team, Daddy and his minions. If Daddy has got his minions the way he should, they should produce the goods.
Okay.
And then we've got our fun team, in the pink Audi, and they're a bit of a question mark. They could either win it or they could bin it. So we'll wait to see how they go. And then, yeah, I think the rest of us are just here to support them, and I'm just here to have fun tonight. So we're going to just throw caution to the wind and see what happens, and I'll hope for rain. No one will want rain, I'll hope for rain.
So now I'm starting to think Paul is putting so much sandbags in his own car, bigging up everyone else. I think he's maybe secretly going for something here. You can't call a cutter, Paul.
Okay, fine. I'll use the full track then.
No, but honestly, lads, I'm looking forward because Eleanor always put on a great show. No matter where they're racing, whether it's your own league or whether you're doing endurance events anywhere in anyone else's leagues as well, he's always putting a great show. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you do tonight, lads.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Best of luck, lads, and enjoy quality.
Thanks, Gavin.
Take care, boys. And that is Eleanor, a great bunch of guys here. Now I'm gonna jump in and annoy Liam, Jack, and Terry Wogan. How are you, lads? I said I'd jump in and annoy you. How are you getting on?
There he is.
Haven't spoke to you in ages, lads. So
It's been a hot minute.
I'm telling you, I'd say it's been very hot with Glen in here, but look, that's a different story for a different stream. But honestly, how he is prepared for tonight. Christian's looking for, I think he's been very subtle saying about a top 13. Eleanor expecting to be everywhere in the grid.
Christian wants a top 30.
13.
Oh, sorry, you're speaking different language.
Film.
We're hoping to finish to begin with. And if we finish it, we're hoping for a solid top 10.
Okay, and I'm going to ask as well, who do you reckon is going to be the fastest Smith here tonight, Jack?
Yo, mate.
Who do you reckon is going to be the fastest Smith?
Fastest.
Yeah, out of the two Smith brothers. Obviously, I think it's going to be Glen.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Liam, to be fair.
Oh, wow. That's hurt me a little bit there. But honestly, I'm just going to say best of luck. I'm going to annoy every team at the minute, so I'll be back to you in a little bit. It looks like you've only 18 cars on the grid, so if you don't get a top 10, it will be quite embarrassing, lads.
Oh, I don't
No
really-
pressure. Go on, lads. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Need a bit.
And I'll jump in with Team Abby next. How are you doing, lads? Just had to jump in really quick. Well, I know it's into quality, but it's early enough, so if I make you a spin, sure, look, it could be worse.
I've just stopped anyway.
Good man. So, Chris, what's it like having Mike back to carry you?
No comment.
Don't pretend you don't like being carried in his arms.
He's
But,
not here anyway. He's off having some food.
Ah, nice one. And so what are you expecting then? So it's on with Eleanor. So I think they're talking themselves down. So I reckon they're going to have a little bit of a weapon in the arsenal by the sounds of it. Christopher Fengler said he's hoping for a top 13. Liam Smith and his crew are looking for a top 10. But they have the most handsome looking lad on the grid though with Glen, so they have that at least. But honestly, what are you expecting tonight?
Top 5, it's got to be. Maybe a podium.
Not the race win?
Probably not. Probably not. I don't think we've got the outright pace, but hopefully we can play some strategy if something different happens with the weather.
Yeah. Well, hopefully. But I have every faith in you. At the end of the day, you're one of these lads, like the two of you especially, you were so consistent in the last series and even the last race, like you've done a great job. So honestly, I do be expecting good things out of you, mate.
Oh, pressure's on now.
Well, look, if you win, I'll give you a signed pair of underwear. There you go. And I'll go on, look, I'll let you go and get ready to do your quality there, mate. And have a good one. Take it easy, bro.
Thank you very much. In a bit.
Now, let me see. Hello, lads. I'm just jumping in really quick to see how you're getting on in quali and what is your expected position for the race, guys?
Hey, good evening. Yeah, first of all, we are doing very good, and yeah, well, I think we are thinking about a goal within top 5. That's the least we want to get for today, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and what do you reckon? Who's going to be your biggest competition? Do you reckon on track?
I literally have no idea. I don't really know this guy on track. Like
Okay.
we had one race, but I kind of forgot like which of those guys were quick the last time. So.
Fair. Well, then I'm gonna let you go on to get back into your quality. I'm just jumping in with everyone really quick to kind of say hello and wish you the best. So look, have a great race, have fun, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you on the podium after.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. And this time in the right AMG. Last time
I
we did
know.
the 2015 one, and this one we have the right one.
Well, I'm expecting you to be number one. I actually expect you to win it now. So no pressure.
No. Don't put the pressure on us now.
Oh no, there's no pressure. If you don't win, we're not talking to you anymore. I know, enjoy it, lads, and look, I will be talking to you after on. And let me just say, if you're not on pole, I'm gonna cry. That's all. Have a good one, lads.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let me see, Race Gang next. Hello, Race Gang. Yes, pack lady boys. How are you getting on?
Oh, hello. That was terrifying, and now I'm a little bit aroused.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Mason's having a cracking laugh at the minute.
So, lads, what's your expected position for quali and then for the race? What would you be happy with?
Solid finish, I would say, isn't it? Speed's not our forte, I'd say. It's
But fun certainly is.
fun
Yeah,
is,
we're just here to look good.
You do that by abundance, lads. You're the models of this series.
I think honestly, if we finish like not last, I'd be well happy. But
Deadly.
16th would be good, yeah.
yeah, that'd be real nice.
Invariably, it'll probably be higher because some people are definitely going to bin it and abandon.
Oh, 1,000,000%.
That's the dream. That's the dream.
You could be number one by the end of it, you never know. But,
As far as quali goes, though, I think Nathan's having a flyer, so
nice.
I'd like to see him finish. Well,
Yeah, just looking at him coming through the bus stop there. Honestly, lads, I reckon you'll have a good race because the biggest thing's going to happen is up the front with them racing hard. There's definitely going to be 1 or 2 casualties, and when you go off in Watkins Glen, it's normally a huge incident. So,
yeah, if I can keep on the black stuff, that's
Keep our noses clean.
yeah.
well, don't be taking cocaine then while racing.
My special vitamin.
Does that not make it go faster?
It does. But you're trying to keep the nose clean, lads, you know. But no, honestly, best of luck tonight, and hopefully I'll be talking to you after the race, lads. Enjoy it, and I'll be enjoying talking and seeing you on track.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Take it easy, lads. So in with Race Gang, we've already done Black Endurance, Alcatraz, Red Bull Racing. Hello, lads, how are you doing?
Hi. That's kind of something.
So just jumping in really quick, lads, just to see what's your expected position for qualifying and then for the race.
I mean, right now, I think we could probably get into like the lower 45s, so
Oh, nice.
put us like middle pack, and I mean, we'd love to take it from there. No errors in the race. We could, you know, end up maybe close to the top 5, but that's what we're aiming high, and we'll see where we go.
All I'm hearing there is you're going for the race win.
100%. No.
Send it into that first
No
corner,
doubt
lads. Brilliant. Well, look, it was a quick just run in to say hello and trying to get in with everybody really quick. So have a great race, lads, and hopefully we'll be talking to you afterwards. Take it easy, bro. And that's those and Dennis. Dennis, you're all by yourself, so instead of coming in and say hello, how are you doing?
How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Now, where is your ideal qualifying position?
What do you say?
Where are you expecting to qualify, basically?
Oh, good question. If I will be around where I am now, I would be pretty happy.
Nice one. And who's joining you tonight then in the car? Is it just yourself racing tonight, or is there somebody joining you?
No, that's Jeroen Jonge is joining me.
Nice one. And what's your expected position for the race?
Well, if the times in practice and quali are like they are now in the race, I expect to be around P8 maybe.
Nice one. Nice one. But look, to be honest with you, I'm hoping you get a little bit higher than that, because I think you are the only Porsche racing tonight, so it'll be nice to see you kind of showing off how good the Porsche is as well. So hopefully you get a good showing, and hopefully you have an incident-free race.
I think my teammate is a little bit faster than me,
Okay.
so maybe if I am now around P6 and my teammate can get a few spots, well, maybe P5, P4. You know, you never know what's going to happen in the race. So
True. Well, look, I'm going to wish you the very best. I'll let you go back to doing what you're doing, and very best of luck. And hopefully we'll be speaking afterwards when you get a podium. You never know.
yeah, let's hope.
Excellent, my brother. Have a good one.
Yo, thank you.
Bye. No. Hello, bitches.
Hello.
So, lads and ladyboy, I'm not talking to Dr. Evil at all, being a ladyboy. What's your expected qualifying tonight, and then race position at the end of the race? Oh, that's very interesting. So you expect to be on pole?
Yeah. Qualifying, I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. I'm completely new to this, so I'm just gonna put my head down and see where I end up.
Nice one. And who would you think would be your competition then on the track tonight?
Everyone.
Ooh. Yeah, everyone. That's hard to say.
So would you really say Liam Smith your competition?
Oh, it depends, really. If he's going to start spinning around in front of me.
Well, that's his defense technique.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, honestly, lads, I'm actually thinking you'll have a good fight. When I'm just looking at the board there, I reckon over the course of the race, the likes of yourself there with Paul Venture and the boys and Eleanor, I think will have a great little battle.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, top 10 realistically, that would be great, I think.
Top 20 even?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, look, one, I let you go because I know you're on the track. But best of luck, lads. I'm trying to jump into everyone really quick before we get into the race. So have a good one and talk to you later on.
Yep.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Take it easy, lads. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Lads, I'm expecting you to win by 2 laps. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds about right. We set ourselves 3 laps, but we'll take 2.
Ah, well, look, to be honest with you, 3 be showing off. You know what I mean? You don't want to be doing that. But how are you feeling?
Into the top 10 at the moment.
I'm just on with you there now, as you say that. And do you reckon it's just the McLaren top end wise? Is it just the main straight that you're losing a lot of time on, or is it just you're still, I suppose, getting your eye in on the track?
Yeah, it's more getting an eye in. Me and John have had, I don't know, I've had about 2 hours practice this week.
I've had about a minute and a half.
Yeah, so we're very unprepared.
I love that because then you just don't know what's going to happen in the race.
It's just going to be pure banter, I think. That's what we're going for.
Well, that's what it should be about. Like a 3.5 hour race should be about having the crack.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
We've got a slightly different strategy. We're not going to share it, but we have.
So you're not planning on pitting at all and hoping the tyres last?
Yeah, pretty much. Just hoping that the stewards are nice and they remove the penalty at the end.
Nice.
Yeah.
And how are you feeling with track limits on the faster corners? Are you able to keep it within the limits and not be getting too many warnings?
I'm quite comfortable with it, to be honest, but I'm also a bit slower, so that's probably why I'm not pushing the track enough.
Right.
But there's a couple of places to watch out for, but I think we should be all right.
And what were you doing, Mr. Dudds?
Well, I'm sitting on the practice server practicing in the wet, so we've got.
Oh, Jesus.
Covered.
I'd say that'd be horrendous to do it. But no, lads, realistically then, in the race, is a top 5, is a top 10?
If we're outside the top 5, I'll be disappointed.
Okay. Well, that's promising.
Other people crashing.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that you say you'd be disappointed out of the top 5. A lot of people are being very, top 10 would be great. I know well some of them want to be in the top 5 or a podium. Like, they're just afraid to say it. So I'm good to hear you just saying straight out of the bag, you'd be disappointed if it's not a top 5 finish.
The thing is, we were happy with the podium finish at the last race, and that was unexpected. So, let's try for it again.
Absolutely. I think so. I think he'll be more than capable. And John, you're definitely going into different cars as well. Like you were racing only in the Bentley and all as well. So what's the crack here?
What, we're racing the Macca?
On the yeah, it's unusual to see one a Macca.
Yeah, just I can't get rich out of one, so it wasn't even up for discussion.
No, I didn't want to look for a turret in the Lambo, that's all.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way you drive the Lambo.
I wanted to see where I was going.
But the Lambo seems to be OP, by the way Dudley's going on lately as well.
Get off, OP. It's only OP when Hamlin's driving it.
He's ridiculous, isn't he? That dude's in the next level.
That was the problem. Nobody realised that was shit until he turned up.
But you got a race win if I remember right, so not too bad.
That's true, yeah, no, that's true.
So you were still repping the Lambo when he was out of it. And speaking even of amigos, is the boys not coming in tonight, Gary and Harper and Chris?
I don't know. I think Chris said he wasn't sure what Harper was doing, and I don't know what Gary's up to, so an extra place for us there as well.
Nice. Yeah, because I think Gary's looking at houses and all, so he could possibly be out doing something like that. But lads, honestly, the best of luck, and hopefully I'll be speaking to you afterwards on a sneaky podium or a win.
Thank you very much.
We'll give it a go.
I'll make sure I jinx everybody else. It's grand.
You do it. Go in.
That's it. Go on, lads. I'll talk to you in a bit. I'll let you get back into doing quality.
See you later, buddy.
Bye. Good to talk to the lads there. So seems hopefully the guys can make it in. It'd be a shame if they don't, but sure, look, it is what it is. I have to go into team full of idiots. Hello, boys.
Home, how are you?
How are you getting on? You handsome bunch of people. How are you feeling on tonight's quali? What he's expecting? He's expecting to get into the top 15, top 10, pole.
Definitely not going to be getting pole, but I think. Welcome back.
I don't know what happened there.
Order of survival tonight, mate.
Order of survival. See, that's the thing, guys. I reckon you could be on for a decent finish tonight with people having a little tip here and there. You know yourself.
We've got a good chance. We'll just see how it goes.
100%.
Keep it steady. Keep it on the back stuff.
But I'm expecting you to not keep it steady. I'm expecting you to send it into turn one, go from like say 15 to first in one corner.
I don't think I'm that brave, mate.
put your number one driver in there, Mr. Alpha Dog Meat will do it backwards.
Sideways.
Yeah, drifting by them. Scaring out of fear.
Yeah.
But
if we get in the top half, we'll be happy.
So honestly, I think he's have a really good chance with it. Obviously, Christian Fender's beside us at the minute, which would be a tough one into the first corner as well.
That's at the moment.
Oh, I love this.
He might get faster.
Well, use might either. You never know. But look, lads, I'm literally just jumping in to try to get everybody a little bit of airtime really quick before the start. So I honestly wish you the best of luck, lads, and hopefully I'll be speaking to you after as well.
Yeah, cheers, bud.
Best of luck, lads.
Bye.
Have a good one, mate.
Great to have the guys in there. Now, let me see. I've already been with Chris. I've already been with them. I've pretty much done it. I'm just doing that because Liam has matched me. Now, let me see. Just going to move the mic a little bit away from me. I think it's a little bit too close. Fair play, Liam, fair play. Now, let me have a look here. So I've moved the mic a bit away because it definitely was. I listened back to it there. Vielda Kitten, can I join you in commentary? Yeah, Vielda, you can join me there in a minute or two. Just jump into the waiting room for the comms channel, bro. And Henninger going around there now. So I haven't even been looking at the time. So Paul Venture there, the fast lap of 1:44.2, as you see in the screen there, with Sean in second place on 1:44.3, and Jack Holden, great lap, up in third place at the minute with Chris Vickers behind him. So Jack Holden has been really putting in some time with his new Sim Magic gear as well, and it's definitely working out very well from there. So well done, Jack, with a great showing so far. Hopefully that continues. Let me have a look who else. So Mark Herringer there as well is doing a decent job. Further down, Fengler is still ahead of Anderson for now, La France a little bit behind at the minute. Brinkman as well. Richard Christie still in 11th spot, looking to try and get in the top 10, as he was stating to me earlier on. So let's see what he can do in a bit as this progresses moving forward. I'm just typing away here, as you can probably hear. Grand job. So it looks like we won't be having an Amigos race team in. They're leaving it very late to join if they are. Timmerman there as well. So I'm not going to annoy the guys. I'm just going to let the guys get on with the racing now. There's one or two teams I know I missed, but I will get back to them. And we'll go from there. So I'm just going to jump now into the voice chat for Horsebox on the Vielda Kitten. You can join in there whenever you want. If he starts talking about sandwiches, I'll kick him out, because he's some man for those weird sandwiches from where he's from. Sound disgusting to me, but right, so into the business side of things, guys. About 7.5 minutes left in qualifying, and Sean has jumped ahead of Paul Venture. So Eleanor being represented very well, and I said it. Paul was saying there was, we expect to be top 3, top 5, sandbags galore. As Vielda Kitten is now in, he calls himself Teddy Bollender. People also know him as Disgusting Sandwich Man. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am doing very good, bro. Very good, to be fair about it. Looking forward to this race. Watkins Glen is a great track, and at the minute, the BMW is on pole position provisionally.
Indeed, by only by 40 thousandths.
Yes. And see this now, the top three is Eleanor. Three teams in the front are Eleanor. You've got the Sean Street in the BMW, you've Paul Venture in the Honda, and Van der Meer in the Audi there. Jake Holden, or Jack Holden as he's known, is with Liam and Glen, and they're in 4 positions. This is a great showing from them. Chris Vickers might have a bit more time, and so I think now in the last 6.5 minutes it's going to get absolutely epic, with people giving it everything now. They'll be sending it and just leaving nothing on the table.
Hopefully.
And what are you expecting over the course of the next 3.5 hours here? Are you expecting many incidents? I'm expecting it on the first laps myself. After that, hopefully it settles down.
I'm a bit scared about turn 2 and 3 there. The SS coming up to on the first lap.
Yeah.
Familiar track there with incidents. But other than that, I mean, incidents happen and can occur. It's just a matter of how many and when.
100%. I think we're having a visual glitch with this Aston Martin, because he's up 2/10, but the front looks like it's not connected to the car. So as more jump up, he does up into 7th spot there. Yeah, and with this track here, it's so easy to make a mistake and it will cost you an awful lot. Good evening, Daz. But yeah, so Bollander, if you were racing here tonight, what car would you want to be using?
I'm going to say the Ferrari because that's the one I was driving the other day, and we're doing pretty well. So.
Okay, I would still stick with the Aston Martin. But you were saying, I think you and Ryan Harper were talking about it here. So you and Ryan were talking about that Ferrari, saying it was the fastest around Watkins Glen, I see.
If I was talking with, I don't think so. Or I forgot that maybe. I think I did.
It was in the Twitch chat.
Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, right. Jesus, yeah. I have a bad memory here. You're gonna have to learn with it now.
True. Bad memory and bad sandwiches.
Yeah, but incredible driving. Hopefully.
And what split are you in this season?
Pro.
Ah, yeah. I'm starting out racing this season. I'm in the silver.
I was Pro-Am, and then they saw my pace around here on Tuesday. And they
Nice.
Like, yeah, I'm the Pro.
Nice one. But that's a good thing then for you. At least they've noticed then the pace, and you're gonna be in with the big boys then, because that's the top tier, and Limitless Marcus, Limitless Productions will be doing commentary on that split.
Yeah, hopefully I can get some results there as well for my Sunday league. Got the first race coming up here tomorrow. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't actually done any training for this race as well, so I'll have to do a bit tomorrow to get my eyes in. But great track though, isn't it? It's a very rewarding track when you get it right. It's just one of the best tracks to drive.
Yeah, it's very smooth. I love Sector 1. You need to be very sensitive with the steering coming into Sector 2. I love it.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal track. Phenomenal track. Tyre wear isn't majorly bad in certain cars. Christian was saying in the Lambo, the front and left is going to be in bits.
I mean, from the wet race we did 2 days ago, tyre wear was not an issue at all.
Yeah.
Obviously it was wet, so less take. Hard to say.
It'd be interesting to see how they get on here, especially in the dry with it, but sure, it's a long way to go as Paul gets that completely wrong.
It does slow for the Mercedes.
So that is his qualifying now over. So Herringer is the only one that's increasing a delta at the minute here for a lap time coming into the last corner. At the minute, that could pop him up to about 5th, 6th. No, only 8 in the end. He lost a bit of time on the exit. Although La France here is up a good bit chunk of time. He's up about 7.5 tenths as well. Now he is in 16, so this would be a nice jump up if he can make it the whole way around. He's now up nearly 8.5 tenths. Obviously, they had a bad lap and they're kind of sandbagging it to the end and trying to jump up now, but that would push them up to about 11th position if they're able to actually make this work. For a second now, wow, they're actually really jumping up time. As I say that, they've lost a bit of time there now. Looks like can they gain a bit back? Not really at the minute. And there's nobody in the top 10 improving at present, so I can only see the likes of Richard Christie, who was possibly able to improve. And LaFrance jumps up ahead of Christie. What can Christie do though? He is up a bit of time, he's up about 1.5. He needs to find about 2 tenths or more to jump up ahead of LaFrance here. See what he can do coming around. He's up enough time, but it looks for at the minute. Oh, he's lost a bit of time on the exit there. Can he gain it back here? He's driving the thing. He's after losing it. Oh, no. Where can he finish? Up in 13th position. That wasn't lucky for him. He lost quite a bit in the third sector. He gained nearly 3 tenths through the first 2 sectors. That's tough going. So, Vialda, what do you reckon? Who's going to win?
Difficult to say. Can't say. See, I'm just looking at the names. It's so incredibly close as well, so...
Yeah.
It's impossible to predict what the ending will be like, but...
It's going to be interesting. Sean Buck is saying a fantastic evening for endurance sim racing, 100%, and especially for Eleanor. They're actually after carrying out the top 3 is Eleanor.
Indeed, 44-2.
Unbelievable. Now, good evening. How are you doing, mate?
I am not doing too bad. How are you guys doing? I see the lockout of the podium to start the race. That's a statement of intent by Eleanor, if ever I heard one.
I know, and the bullshit they were saying to me in the pre-quali chats there.
Oh, is it?
Oh, we expect one car in the top 3. We'd be happy with another in the top 10, and we don't know about the Audi. It might be there.
You know
Yep.
what?
Lime pricks.
I don't want to be cocky, but I think that time is beatable by quite a bit.
Is which?
The pole time.
Is what?
Is what?
The pole time, 44-2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's beatable by quite a bit.
It requires space on the track. It requires everything to be hooked up.
And the track conditions as well.
Yeah, the problem with Watkins Glen is that it's such a momentum circuit that you only need to lose out one apex and that's the rest of your lap entirely ruined. You're never going to get that back. Skitty getting that 44-2 is a pretty decent display.
That's an amazing lap.
Of realism, like it's realistically what's possible. Yes, if there were better conditions, if you get the right gap, the right car, the right driver, in the right mood, yeah, it's totally beatable.
But that's in a practice lobby when you don't have the pressure of your teammates in the chat or the drivers around you. A strict time limit, the track temperature being 39 degrees, so definitely not optimal.
Yeah. Or the fuel limit changing. That's the other thing. Especially for cars like the Porsche and that's the end of the session.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head, Ike, as well. But one thing, if you fuck up the first corner, that's going to impede you the whole way down to the bus stop.
Yeah.
That's a huge chunk of time that you're going to be losing as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to drop in and say, love to hear your voice as always.
You're a cutie.
I'm not driving tonight, but I'll be on track tomorrow.
I'll be on track as well with you. I'm in silver. I am, yeah.
Ah, beautiful. We'll keep an eye out for you. Is Mr. Marcus doing some commentary for us then?
So I've worked it out because we're doing 2 splits. We've after giving Marcus the pro and the pro am. because I think he definitely deserves. He's done a stellar job last season, and I think he's more than capable of doing it. And then the other two guys, then Kiki and
sweet.
Who's it? So sorry, my mind's gone to mush here because I'm looking at all the other stats here. Let me go into this one here. So it's myself, Kiki, and Adrian is going to be in our splits, looking after our one. So that's going to be good. I'll hopefully jump in with Kiki though, to make sure the stream is nice and smooth before, obviously, I get on track myself. Look, to be honest with you, I'm waiting on my steering wheel to be delivered, so I'm going to be using controller tomorrow. So it's going to be fun.
No!
Yeah, boy.
Wow! Talk about flying with a handicap.
I know, but I'm doing all right with the controller. I'm all right.
So what were you doing in the wet?
Haven't done one lap in the wet yet.
Oh well, that's what we've got tomorrow.
Nice. I'll be grand. I like the wet conditions. No, I do like the wet.
It's all right. I made a setup for Liam and myself in the McLarens.
Nice.
And he apparently, with a dry line, he was doing 1 minute 53s.
Oh wow!
In the rain, which is terrifying because apparently I need to keep up with that as well.
Wow.
No pressure in the slightest.
Well, lads, what I'm just going to do is a quick run through the grid, and then we'll get going on this one. You're more than welcome to stay as well. You don't have to go if you don't want to. You're more than welcome to stay, and the three of us can talk shite and maybe talk about racing as well. It's up to yourself.
Good plan. I like that. I was wondering why you had this room unlocked.
Yeah, fuck it. Anyone can join. So, lads, in pole position, it is Sean. Then we have Paul, the lawyer sandbagging venture. Van der Meer is in third. Jack Holden's in fourth. I can tell you one thing: Jack, Glen, and Liam are going to be dark horses here today. Then in fifth, you've got Chris Vickers and Mike Ambrinosa. You've got Thorpe in sixth position. Van Oom in seventh. They're in the correct Mercedes now, along with another Mercedes of Herringer then in eighth. Then Moore, it looks like in ninth, with Mr. Dr. Evil in 10th. Timmermans in the only Porsche in 11th. I'm expecting that Porsche to progress up throughout the race as well. It's a great race car. LaFrance is in 13th position. John Dudley in 14th. I think he's going to be a weapon as well. He's new enough into the McLaren, really, so that'll be interesting to see what he does. Greenan then is in 15th. Wessels is in 16th. No, I'm doing that wrong. 15th, sorry. Warren then in 16th. Fengler is in 17th. And then Anderson is starting in 18th position. Ooh, so this is going to be quite an interesting one, lads. So do you want to try and give predictions of who you reckon the top three will be? And we'll see how wrong we are.
I think that those LNR boys are going to be able to defend. They're all in the group chat together.
Yeah.
They're going to be... Even if the BMW gets a poor launch, you've still got two cars of backup, and these boys are clean as a whistle when it comes to their driving. I used to commentate LNR in their in-house competitions, and they leave millimeters between each other, but it's always squeaky clean racing between all of them. As you said, gotta watch out for those Aston Martins though. Fourth and fifth, they're in the right position. They have the straight line speed as well. That's going to be the key thing coming out of turn one and getting up onto the back straight.
100%. I'm going to say two LNRs, and I reckon between either Vickers or Glen Smith and the guys to get that last podium position.
It's all going to be very much depends on if Skitty can keep that BMW, one, in a straight line, and two, fast enough through the left and right elbows up onto the back straight.
Guys, did you see that move from Dugard there? I won't just change it just yet, but oh my god, that was a great move. I'll go back 60 seconds in a second. Just rewatch that. He jumped through Glen and Jack to get up in then to fourth position. That was a great one. But Sean has done a great start there. Van der Meer gets ahead of Venture. But then you have Van Oom with Vickers, so it looks like that's Jack Holden actually has lost out two positions there to Vickers and Van Oom.
That's a crash behind.
Oh my god, that's a huge one. Let's go back to that. LaFrance re-entering. He enters okay, not a bother. So we're on board with the helicopter now. So he's there, he's getting the draft from the McLaren. And the McLaren's cutting across and he goes back out wide. He has the Porsche ahead. Oh, him and the McLaren. That was a very unusual incident.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. They're actually going very, very slow. Nicholas is at the minute. So they have massive damage there. They can't steer the car. He's going to have to reset to the pits and be a lap down already. The steering is absolutely wrecked in that car.
Oh yeah, that's not going anywhere. That's tie rod's broken and stuff.
No.
If anything, yeah,
Yeah.
he's not. If he gets it back, he's going to cause more damage than he's going to take more time to repair. That was I saw the Mercedes get ever so out of shape on the exit there. That's in back to 4th position.
Yeah.
Gentle Sparks, thank
I
you.
didn't even think about that. There she's in anyway. But yeah, so on with Sean there. He's now 1.5 seconds clear of Vandermeer. Vickers up in 3rd position. Oh no, Van Oom is after getting up into 3rd. Wow.
Mercedes got the pace, but the Aston Martin has a lot more stability than the Mercedes here, so perhaps able to stick around the outside. That's going to give him. Oh, is that Aston Martin?
Whoa, that was a huge crash from Glen. Or Jack, that is. Sorry, I keep saying Glen. Let's go back 30 seconds. And Paul Venture out of place as well, so I did expect one of the Eleanor cars to maybe have a miss-up. I didn't expect it that soon.
Where is Paul?
He's down in 9th at the minute, so I'm just on here with, shit, where is Glen? Or Jack, there we go. So was it the Mercedes? So he was going across, Jack on with, the Mercedes ran wide.
On the curb, just when there was space there left on the outside to be used, didn't use it.
Not ideal.
That's the thing. These GT3 cars, they're super stable if you set them up that way, and it's absolutely the way to go if you're in the
Lads,
pack. Like
Sean shoots after dropping it. And Sean's after dropping it there.
Oh no.
Helicam.
Yeah. BMW's a nightmare to try and work in
this. Oh no, he's disconnected.
That's a disconnect. Okay. Yeah, that's
wow.
Some good old internet, that is.
It's hardly load shedding.
I don't know. Is he actually connected from...
He'd be South African, sure. So load shedding is a thing with them. So anyone who doesn't know, in South Africa, load shedding is a thing where they have to, some people lose their power for like 2 to 3 hours, depending on the levels. And so this happens kind of this time of day. So possibly load shedding could be a culprit in that one there. But that is hugely disappointing for the Eleanor teams. Van Meer is in pole, in 4th place at the minute. Chris Vickers not too far off him. He's carrying all the fate for Eleanor now, after Paul Venture having a bit of an adventure as well. Then is obviously Sean. Unfortunately, the cars are stopped on track. That's a 100% disconnect.
Yeah, I think the Audi's probably got the strength to keep the Astons at bay. He just needs to prioritise where he's placing the car.
Yeah.
But the Vickers Aston Martin and the Henninger. Oh, is that Evil with a?
That is Evil after going off.
Oh, that's a shame. Another driver who would win through consistency alone.
Yeah, and that's a bit of frontal damage there. I didn't get that in time to get a replay. I'm out going a minute behind, and we're just too close.
He got a little bit of a spin there coming out on the inside curve at the exit of the chicanes.
Yeah.
Left wall.
So easy to do. This track is so complicated.
And that was a spin from Anderson as well. Listen to the rear, they're coming up towards 16.
But looking here, Chris Vickers though has a bit of trouble behind them as well, because that Mercedes of hanging there, and these guys here were driving in the first race. As I say that he's dropped it, I've cursed them because they were driving the older version, the 2015 version of the Mercedes, and got a great position in the first race. So I was expecting them to be super strong, and now unfortunately I've ruined it. But good news is for Vickers, it's just him and Vanware, and I'm sure they don't want me talking about them at all.
We need to watch them. They're fighting over the lead of the race. I don't think it's a commentator's curse at this point. It's very much about the keeping track at the head of the field. That pink Audi is going to go defensive almost as soon as they get onto the straight. You've got to leave the only way around for the Aston Martin. Actually goes to the outside. I'm surprised. Van der Merwe having a lot of confidence coming down in towards the chicane. It's not going to happen. As I say, I think that Audi has just enough straight line speed in to combat the Aston Martin, and then it can stretch through the apexes where the Aston Martin is quick in a straight line. The Audi's got so much nimbleness through the corners.
Yeah, definitely. The Audi just seems to be one of those cars, other than traction control, is one of the most. Oh, Paul Ventures after dropping it there. But he's back on. Sorry, I just got sidetracked that. But yeah, with the Audi, it's super fast and straight line. It's very nimble. The only thing is the slow corners. It does have the handicap of that traction control. You need to be so delicate with that shuttle, otherwise you're going to be bogged down. But the Aston Martin is just one of those cars. Once you drive it right and once you're revving the absolute nuts out of it, that's a car that will reward you as well. And we know how good Chris Vickers is and Mike Carbonozza in this car.
Funnily enough, I was actually setting up an Aston Martin last night for the sprints tomorrow, and compared to the mid-engine cars that I've driven, it feels like such a boat. There's so much weight over the front, and you feel every single kilo of it.
Yeah, you really need to be aggressive with the steering to make sure it turns. But once you kind of give it that bit of tough love, it
another
responds.
slide against the wall in background there.
Yeah, Van Oom is struggling. And now another Eleanor car, Mr. Moore.
Is Alex up to 4th?
Yes. Now the only thing is, I think that's a glitch with the damage, though.
Yeah, I would suggest so. He was carrying some damage in the lineup in the grid, but that is a really good show for Morley getting up to 4th. This is the kind of pace that I'd be expecting from him, the kind of climb up the field. But it has all come at the mistakes of others. It's another look up the inside by Vickers. No, thinks better of it. He's not going to put Van der Merwe up off that racing line. He's not going to compromise. And now I'm going to curse him. Van der Merwe, absolutely bulletproof when it comes to pressure. Just drives like he doesn't have wing mirrors sometimes.
I think what Vickers needs to do now is literally just get that bump draft, save a bit of fuel, and just relax for a few laps as well. Like it's still a long race to go. We still have another 3 hours and 22 minutes to go. So I reckon for now he doesn't need to be overdriving. He can bed in those tires, ease them in, not overdrive it. Let Van der Merwe do the hard work, and he just stick with him. But then again, he does only have a 2-second gap from Van Oom, who's not that far off, and Moore seems to be going quite strong as well.
Well, it's an LNR 1 and 4 at the moment. So in reality, Moore is not actually doing any favours to Van der Merwe at the moment. What he could do with is letting the Mercedes get up to the back of Vickers, take 2 in 1 if he can get that far. But Oom's going to be carrying damage now, so I don't know how doable that is. They're out of the 1 second bubble, so it's not as though they're going to be dragged along the straights either.
Yeah, I have a feeling Vickers might go for this lap.
He's looking close, but he might be too close. That's the other problem here, is all it requires is a slight overslow at the apex of the corner, and it can really throw you off. That's a very different line by.
Oh, I'm loving this. He's setting himself up. He's setting himself up.
You can see it coming from miles away. He's got the overspeed already. You can see he's closing up. This time Van der Merwe defends. No space on the inside. Vickers to the outside. Can he get it on the brakes? No.
Oh, that's very good, though. He's putting the pressure on in the right places.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see how cerebral he's having to be about. I'm really liking this battle for the lead. Oh, man.
And I can see there's battles elsewhere, but I'm just stuck with this one.
Well, the thing is that it only takes the thing is that so Van der Merwe had to compromise his line. He will have lost about 2 to 3 tenths going through that chicane, and that is just going to pile up and pile up and pile up. And now that he knows that Vickers is keen on getting past, he's dropping back. You can see the gap's already come back down from 2 seconds to 1.4 back to the Mercedes.
It's now 1 second.
Exactly. Aston Martin of Moore is coming into the equation as well. These two fighting is going to turn it into a 4-car battle for the lead.
Oh, that's absolutely
driving,
brilliant.
Clean as you like as well, with the exception of the Mercedes running a little bit wide at the last corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's absolutely brilliant. I'm going to jump back. Tiermans was having a fight with Evil, so Evil's coming back out to the field. Fengler, I want to give a shout out to. He started, I think, 17th, up into 8th position, kept it clean and kept it out of the wars. That's a great showing from him so far. Hopefully the guys can keep that going, because that Lambo, if it stays dry, will be quite good from what Christian was telling me. But I'm going to jump back on with Vickers here now, because I think Vickers will do the same thing again, set himself up. But Van der Merwe needs to be looking at how he's taking those lines and maybe defend with the same line.
I don't know, because the two cars are very, very different. This time he follows in his footsteps, just takes a slightly wider line going through turn 3 and then gets the better drive. That's the thing, it's flat through here, but it just depends on how you want to make it happen. Look at the overspeed the Aston Martin has. Side by side, are they going to make it this time? No! Van der Molen once again sticks it out on the inside, and there's nothing the Aston Martin can do. He has to pull back into line.
It's not a corner that you can go side by side through. So, you know, I think Vickers has just shown him that he's there, he's able to get it done. Vickers needs to find a way to get himself on that inside line for Van der Molen.
Around the outside into the boot.
Oh, wow.
That is brave, but foolish. Vanoom is on the back of both of them now.
He's taking too wide of a line there as well. So Vanoom gets a bit too early on the power.
Is that going to give an opportunity to the Aston Martin? No, I think Alex is playing it cool.
He is. Nah, he thought better of. I was thinking there, that could be dodgy. This is great to see.
You know what he was doing? He was probably getting on the brakes and thinking, I don't know if I'm going to have the turn in through here. Let's get some air underneath this front splitter. A 4-car battle for the lead, my goodness.
Oh, it's exactly what we were looking forward to. And Sky, I'm loving the sliding menu. It makes a lot of a difference, or much better of a difference with the stream. I was trying to use another app for overlays, but it just was not working at all. So I was sticking with Race Labs for now.
Oh, it's up the inside this time.
Not a place I would expect. Oh
no!
He's out.
A look away for half a second.
Van Mercer
hit on the barrier as well.
He got snap oversteer off that curb.
Yeah. It was only a matter of time. He was pushing the Audi right to the limits. Oh, it didn't even get as far as the curb. That was damage on the left hand side as well. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yeah, no, that was the problem. The reason why I stopped driving the Audi is because of that snap oversteer that you get. You apply the throttle, you think the car's going to stick, and it just lets go at you sometimes.
So now Vickers though has a massive problem right behind him. That Mercedes is a pig in a straight line, and then he's under Aston Martin there as well. And literally for more at the minute, he's just sitting back relaxing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I thought that now. I thought that is he going to get the same oversteer? No. So Vanoom has got the back end of that Mercedes under control, an achievement in itself.
Yeah. You can see, I think he's learned from a few corners where he's applied the throttle too hard, too early. He's got sideways. He's after, I think, adjusting his driving style to it. And he's sitting right now with Vickers. I was expecting Vickers to pull away here, but it's not happened at all.
Oh, that's another opportunity for more up the inside, perhaps. He's got the overlap, but he's going to take the position, I think.
Oh, good man, more.
You guys didn't see that, but we saw their Venter who went around the outside there in the sector, at the end of sector 2.
Oh, wow. Venter going, what, past Christian?
Past Christian, yes. He sent it around the outside.
Was it down the toe of the boot?
No,
up the right.
The right hand after that. He sent it outside there.
Wow, that's a lot of grip. That's a lot of grip in that NSX. Not normally something that we see. But now Venter has some clean air. Perhaps a little bit of damage, but he just needs to make the most of the clean air that he's got.
100%.
Now, what's the gap to the car?
5.8 seconds.
But critically, it's another LNR car. So
yeah,
he will probably be able to walk away from Mr. Fengler, bless him.
Yeah.
But he's going to have a friendly car ahead, and then they can team up on Dudley in the McLaren.
Yeah, and see, Dudley, when you say that, Dudley is one thing, catching Dudley, getting by him is a different story. He's a top-class driver. Now, the only thing I'd say, maybe he's not used to the McLaren too much, so he might be a sitting duck. If he was in the Lambo, I'd be saying, lads, that's going to be a tough pass, because he knows how to make a car wide, and I'm sure he probably does in the Macca as well.
I was going to say, McLaren is one of those cars that you can make really very, very wide when you absolutely need to. It rewards the aggressive driving of higher class prototypes and things like that. It's a fantastic car for that sort of driving. So I would suggest that Greening is just sat there gritting his teeth, knowing that if he had some clear air, he'd be able to get the pass done.
Hmm.
But again, like you were saying earlier, you can just sit behind and save fuel. And look at that! That's Venter getting up to like 5 seconds behind already.
Yeah.
That is an incredible turn of pace that NSX has at the moment.
With Paul and that NSX, he is so fast. The only thing I find with the NSX, you can be super fast, but it can be the car that will absolutely murder you for a slight error.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I tried the NSX once, and I can drive it, but I have to think so hard to drive it that it becomes not fun. And that's the key part, is we're here to have fun, and if you're not having fun and it's not fitting in with your driving style, there's so many other cars that you could drive. It's not worth playing that game.
I love the Honda, but I don't have consistency, and that's what stopped me from doing it. Over one lap I can be fast, but like for me, I'd always recommend the Aston, the BMW, and even the Macca, although with the Macca you have to avoid the curbs like the plague.
Now you only need to raise the nose up slightly and then it'll be fine.
Do you reckon? Yeah.
No, I know. I did exactly that last season. Got some beautiful setups where we were able to abuse the curbs, especially at Hungaroring and Zolder, and ended up being able to be competitive and take those lines that traditionally the McLaren can't take.
Okay.
So it's all about setup. That's the problem, and the great thing about ACC is, as I say, I finished work at 8 o'clock last night, jumped straight on my PC,
Nice.
got a setup running for the McLaren, and then it was one of the other L&R boys was struggling to get some turn in on the Aston Martins, so had to make a car with a little bit more poke for him as well.
So he's looking at Christian Fegler now is under pressure from Nathan Moran and from Thorpe as well. So Christian at the minute is suffering, I think, in this stage.
Got a little bit of an oversteer there. Lost a bit for Christian coming up to the left hand there.
Yeah, I think he might be pushing that Lamborghini a little bit harder than it wants to go.
Yeah.
See what it's like on the exit there.
I just want to answer Skyler Davis. So I don't think anything happened with Moore on lap 1. I don't think he had any contact. I just think that's a glitch with the damage. Hopefully after the pit stop that'll reset itself. And actually, speaking of which, Van Oom now is attacking Moore.
Yeah, that. Yep. Oh! Big four-wheel slide. That's the kind of slide that you want. The kind that is salvageable.
Yeah.
Any more than that, it was a beautiful bit of car control. But we have seen that Mercedes sliding so much, where the rest of the cars seem fairly planted. I think that it may be slightly out of balance.
Yeah, it looks like it is a handful. It looks like it's a handful for him at the minute. Like when I look at the likes of Skyler, who's actually mentioned there, when you see him driving the Mercedes, it's stable all the time. So maybe there might be just a slight bit of a setup tweak that needs to be done to that car to make it that little bit more stable, or it's throttle application, either one or the other.
Yeah, it's something that is both really good and accessible about ACC, and also my worst nightmare. Is the amount of aero performance or the amount of aero dependency that these cars seem to have.
Yeah.
Like, one of the changes that I made to last night was take the rear down by 2 millimeters, and it completely changed the personality of the car.
Oh yeah.
It's strange how aero dependent these cars are for what is supposed to be a mechanical grip class.
Yeah. Oh no, they're massively air dependent. Sure, you look at the front splitters and some of these. Look how complex it is with all the spats and everything like that. It's all about getting as much downforce and airflow as possible.
Yeah, 100%.
Christian though is down in 11th position now, so let's hope now he can. Well, he can still salvage something, because Timmermans is about 2.5-ish seconds off him, and then it's about 11.5 seconds to Dr. Evil. Now, we know both of them guys did qualify ahead, but it's still a lot of time to make up, and then it depends if they're carrying damage as well after their first lap shenanigans. So Christian, I still think Christian's on for a good one. He just needs to keep his head down and get on with it, just focus on his own race, avoid those curves it looks like in that Lambo, the way it's after being treated going around the butt stop there. But he's doing a phenomenal job there at the minute, starting 17, still up 6 positions.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the main thing, is starting the second to last and being just outside the top 10 at this point in the race is a massive gain to be able to boast coming out of the first half an hour or so.
Yeah, and Skyler put in a nice point there as well about Danny in that Mercedes. With all the drifting that he's doing, he's going to be grinding those tyres as well.
Yeah, I've got to say the Mercedes, when I drove it, it seems the most user-friendly of all of the cars. The worst it seems to do is that four-wheel slide.
Yeah.
It complains, but it never really murders you in the same way that a lot of the other cars do. I drove the M4 for the first time last night. Wow, that's a very different beast, isn't it?
Do you know something? It's probably the most predictable car I've ever drove. Like, you can literally turn it into a corner. You know exactly where you're going to hit the apex and exactly where you're going to exit. But for me, I just find it, as good as the car is, and it really is good, it's just so boring to drive.
Yep. Exactly my opinion of the Aston Martin as well.
I love the Aston. I'd fall out with you for that one.
No, it is what it is. I can't drive a car which has a diff that is more locked in coast than it is on power. I need that instability on turning to get to really feel what the tyres are doing. And you as far as I can see, you don't get that with the Aston Martin. Whereas with the McLaren, you can toss it around like a Formula car.
Oh, you can actually toss the Aston around as well. So I'm just wondering, is it the way I put the throttle on? I suppose with controller anyway. It's 100%, because I find the Aston's actually quite good for that. I actually use a bit of the slide to gain more speed in the corner. The way you can sometimes do it in the Merc, but I don't think the Aston gives you as much graining as Sky was saying as well. So it doesn't hurt your tyres as much. Yeah, but I understand what you mean with the locking though as well, because it does seem more locked on coast.
Yeah, I think that with the problem with the Merc is that there isn't that much weight over the rear axle, so you can't. Once it starts sliding, you can't really stop it. Whereas the Aston Martin is a much more balanced package, and you can. Oh, was that a clip on the wall, Finger, or was that an echo?
I seen that. That was definitely a clip. And Vandermeer's in the pits.
Yep. So this will be. How long have we been out?
Oh, Paul Venture's in the pits as well.
I think that is. They've done some. I know what they've done. This is strategy.
Yeah.
They have worked out that they can do 2 stops to the end from this point. They've got the damage on the cars, so they're getting in the pits. They're going to get some clear traffic. This is what we were doing in the sprint races as well. Is Mr. Young isn't in this race, is he? No. This is what we were doing all the way through the sprint series last season. Was picking the gaps in the traffic, finding when our pace matched up with a gap in the traffic behind, and where we weren't going to be slowing ourselves down by dropping into and out of the pits. There's a couple of times when we were spotting gaps to make some progress, and it just fell so nicely for us. And being able to come out the pits, get the tyres back up to speed in your own pace, it makes a lot of difference.
That's what's called smart strategy. Anytime, like, I always look at a track map, or if you have obviously the second screen open and you have kind of more data of gaps, you can kind of just pick then where you want to drop yourself into. And Sky's putting in there as well, you need more rake on the Aston to get to turn in. 80 mil on the rear is the lowest he'd go.
Oh, okay. All right. That's Merc is mid-engine. Yeah. No, I know. I'm aware.
And then he was saying that the Mercs are in, actually you're looking at the chat as well.
It's front mid.
Yeah.
Front mid is what it's called, but that's only because the bonnet's so long. Have you seen the new Lexus?
No.
You've not seen the new Lexus that's coming out? It looks like a Japanese Mercedes AMG.
Nice. I love Lexus though.
Huh?
I love Lexus, so I'm actually going to look at that.
Yeah, hang on. No, that's the 500.
Unless you're going to Google it on my phone here now as you're talking.
I was going to send it to you in.
Lexus GT car.
GT3 next gen.
The new Ferrari looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Oh, the 296 is a work of art. That's a proper
it's gorgeous.
car.
Yeah.
That is a proper Ferrari.
Ooh, the LC 500H you're talking about, is it?
Don't know. I don't know. Has it got a really long front bonnet?
Oh yes, that is a thing of beauty.
Is it not? I think I have already predicted which car you're going to be driving when it comes out.
Oh my god, that is gorgeous.
It is a work of art, I must
Look at the rear. Oh my god, if that is real.
Oh, absolutely. But if it keeps the Lexus identity on the front, that is going to be a mean-looking roadster.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry guys, we're getting sidetracked. That is gorgeous though.
That's our job. But I absolutely put, to Skylar's point as well, I absolutely put money on the fact that's going to be a front-mid car. I would put money on it.
Oh man, that's gorgeous. That is actually gorgeous.
I've given you something more to look forward to.
Yeah.
I think that's looking to come at 2024. So we may be looking at Assetto Corsa 2 for that.
Do you know what? I can happily wait. I'm looking forward to seeing the new Ferrari. There's 3 new cars coming in, isn't there?
Yes. Oh, good grief! I covered this in a news article. Hang on. Yeah, there's the new. So there's a new Lamborghini coming.
Nice.
There's the new Ferrari, and give me a moment. Let me find that one. I think it was.
And when you're looking at that, Fengler is now under a huge amount of pressure from Timmermans. The only thing is the Lambo should be quicker in a straight line, but Timmermans is all over the back of Fengler. I think the Lambo should pull on him down a straight line. It's the Achilles heel of the Porsche is that straight line speed.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you get down into the toe of the boot, that's where the Porsche shines.
Oh, Christian is driving the absolute nipples off that car to keep him ahead.
There's 3 new GT3 cars, the 296, the 992 Porsche. So this fight is absolutely critical. And the Lamborghini Evo. So these 2 cars are soon to be grandfathered in ACC.
Wow.
As well as, and this is a massively important thing to drive home, the GT2 class of cars, which if you don't know, faster, more powerful. Well, they're slower cars over a lap.
Yeah, they have much less aero, don't they?
They have way less aero, but they have enormous wings and enormous air intakes, and they're the kind of GT cars that you wanted to have when you were 10 years old.
Oh yeah, no. To be honest with you, they give every man, young and old, an erection. They are just beautiful.
Absolutely. It's like in iRacing, they've recently had the P3. I think it's going to be those two are going to be really underrated classes. I do think it's only then I don't think they're going to be popular. I don't think they're going to take away the glory from GT3, but I think they're going to be a class for the connoisseurs for sure.
I'd be all over them GT2s, all over them. Like, I'm still a big fan of jumping on AMS to drive the old GT1s.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like,
one of the other competitions we're in at the moment, we're using the prototypes and the new hypercars.
Nice. Oh yes.
Oh my goodness, it's night and day. It's night and day compared to these cars. There's so much aero, there's so much grip, there's so much performance at every stage of the car.
Yeah.
And then you jump into these. That's a lot of damage on the outside of Timmermans there.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of damage on his passenger side. But when I look back though, my favourite era racing though in GTs was that kind of 97, even up to about 2005, 2006 with the Toyota GT1s and everything as well. Then the Audi R8 that came in. It was just a crazy time in motor racing.
No, absolutely, and it's only gotten more. It only got more and more insane from that point with the R18s, the Porsche prototypes, the Toyotas, the Toyota GT, was it GR 050, whatever it is.
Oh yeah, they're unbelievable machines.
Absolute technical masterpieces, and now they're all getting dragged back down to earth with minimum weights and things like that. But that was a bit of dust flying. I wonder if the BMW got wide. That's a look up the inside for Timmermans.
He thinks better of it. I think that was a smart move from him.
That was a very smart move. There's no way that Fengler was going to be able to give up. Look at the apex. Look at how much corner speed the Porsche can take.
Do you see
It
just
doesn't
how
matter that
squarely the
it's-
rear went on him there as well through there?
Yeah. Oh man. But again, it's another one of those things that the Porsche it loves to turn. The reason why it's so slow in a straight line is it's so good through the corners.
100%.
It would be utterly broken if they didn't.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing when these 3 Evo cars get released. It's next month, isn't it?
I think it's next month, yeah.
Yeah.
That was another look up the inside through the curves. Oh, it's not going to happen. You're not going to do it through there. Just stay underneath the wing, get the chicane right, and get him in the boot. That's the place where the Porsche is going to be strongest. Look, it doesn't even need to go near the apex of the corner to keep with the Lambo.
Yeah, and that Porsche, that flat 6 engine is a work of art as well, isn't it?
I was going to say, if you decide to jump on board, I am going to have to go quiet because I'm going to listen to the engine.
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll jump on McGreen and we'll do a full lap with Timmermans chasing Christian. We don't even need to speak. We can sit back for that lap, relax, and just enjoy the sound of that flat 6 now in a second.
Good idea. I like that plan.
So we'll definitely keep an eye on that.
Always used to do my onboard laps with Porsches because it's just, you appreciate so much the soundtrack from behind the car. Skylar made another point. Hopefully 1.9 for ACC comes out with then as well, which is apparently featuring one of the biggest overhauls in the physics system that we have seen. Possibly doing away with the with all of the setups that you've made up until this point.
Okay.
We'll stay quiet for just a minute. I didn't want to interrupt there, but that was the mistake from Fengler, pushing too hard on the tyres in that old Lamborghini.
100%. And look, it was going to happen, but Fengler, you'd seen, he didn't even try and fight it back the next corner. He just said, you know what, I'm not going to lose time fighting that. He just tucks in behind him and just gets on with it. So smart drive from Christian as well. That's one thing I will say. Yeah, absolutely beautiful sound out of that flat 6, and it just revs for days, doesn't it?
Such a good noise. It's so satisfying to listen to it, and it all naturally aspirated as well. Not the in a class that is absolutely full of turbocharged cars. I mean, even the Mercedes that didn't need a turbocharger, but to make balance of performance easier, they put a turbo on it. Which is an astounding thing that I still can't believe. Porsche remains naturally aspirated, showing just how much performance you can get from a naturally aspirated engine.
Is the GT2 one turboed?
That's what I was looking up.
Because I would assume it is, because the real GT2 would be turbocharged. Because
I think it's just. Give me a second. So it's the GT2 RS Club Sport. Yes, twin turbo.
yeah, I knew that was definitely that. Now,
So the cars we have to look forward to in the GT2 class, very, very quickly, just to wet your whistle, the Porsche 911 GT2, the
Love
Audi R8 LMS, the KTM Crossbow GT2, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo GT2, the Brabham BT63, another car which you have to see to believe,
I've drove
and
it
the
in
Mercedes
AMS.
AMG.
Nice. Nice. And Christian's after saying that the Merc is actually NA. It's the GT4 that's
Oh, is it NA?
turbocharged. Yeah.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, because I was thinking, because the Aston Martin definitely is turbocharged, because I heard a little whistle. Obviously, the McLaren that's turboed as a road car as well. Yeah, I think the Porsche, the Merc, and the Lexus, I think, are the only NA engines on this. Would I be correct in saying that? Because I know, obviously, the Honda is definitely turboed.
Oh yeah. Or the majority of the mid-engine cars are turbocharged. There's very much a formula that seems to work in GT3.
Yeah, so I think it's only the Lexus, the Merc, and the Porsche who are NA.
I didn't realise that the Aston Martin and the GT4 Merc were the same engine. I now have this awful idea of how interesting would that GT4 Merc be if it ran the same power as the Aston Martin.
Oh, I'd say it'd be dirty pig.
With no aero.
It'd be horrendous.
It would be, but it'd be fun.
Oh, you'd be smiling all the way. You'd be smiling in last place.
Yep. You'd be smiling in last place with no rear tyres.
Look at this though, Van Oom and Wessels are at it. Van Oom runs very wide onto the marbles there.
That was a position left, I think. That is Van Oom saying, you have that third place, I can't do anything about that LNR car in second position, and we need someone to go and support Vickers.
Yeah, Vickers now is running away with it at the minute. And actually, Skyler did remind me of the Audi and the Lambo I don't think is turbocharged either, they're both V10s.
That sounds right, yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually more.
There's a few.
There's more NAs than there is turbocharged when we actually look at it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just so used to seeing all the turbocharged cars.
I have to say though, when you listen to all of them though, the V10 and the Porsche to me are the best sounding cars. Other than the M6 BMW on board with the Dum 5, you can't beat it.
No. V12 Aston.
Oh yeah, actually yeah, I forgot all about that bad boy. Oh, that's the thing of beauty.
It makes the same sound as the people that you're passing as you drive past at 1,000,000 RPM.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's such a good car as well. Such a good car.
I took it for a laugh in TVT, and the cars it's so slow, but it doesn't matter because you put your foot to the floor and just smile.
That's what I think about the Jag. It just sounds like an old Spitfire. It's just a angry VA. Now awfully slow car. I still love it. Oh, Paul has the auto flag in him. Oh, Paul's had a huge incident there.
He's on his own.
Wow.
But he's been through the pits as well. That's the thing.
Did he clip a curb somewhere, or did he just miss the braking?
No, this is down at the chicane. He's either missed a braking point or the car's gone for him.
Did he disconnect?
He's in the wrong part of the road.
Oh, he broke way too late. Oh!
What happened there?
He hit the curb and for some reason was turning left. That was huge.
That's an absolute reset to the pits. There was no coming back from that. So Venter's race gets even worse.
That was about a 100-mile-an-hour crash if I ever seen one.
That would have. Well, it's a shame that those boards don't move, because in reality we'd be able to judge how heavy a crash it was by how much they moved along the road. I think that would have carved a fairly dense hole in those barriers, I think.
Oh, 100%. He would have arrived over at my house, I'd say, by the time the car stopped.
Absolutely, good grief.
But this is a great battle here. Graining and Dudley at it. Dudley's car looks like it has a tiny bit of damage on the front.
That could have been a bit of nudging in the early part of the race.
Hmm.
Nothing too good. Looks like he hit the grass on the inside of the car. Yeah, but it's like it looked like as though he hit the wall on the inside of the chicane.
So I think what he was saying is that he hit the grass, and then that when he was kind of trying to turn over, maybe snapped him. But that was just a crazy looking crash. It was a crazy looking crash.
Yeah, either he's hit the wall and it hasn't quite shown properly,
Yeah.
or there is some kind of hole in the texture, or the way that he set the car up has just grabbed the frame of the car and yeeted it towards the inside of the corner.
Either way, not much fun for Paul Venture tonight. It's been a tough one. And Niall Bullion behind him there as well. There, BMW still a massive chunk of time out of place as well. In fairness, they were the pole sitters and sitting down in 16, so we have lost no cars as of yet. Although in La France, they haven't left the pits in 23 laps, so I'm pretty sure they've given up on life.
I was going to say, I actually think that is they've had a disconnect and they've reconnected, judging by.
Oh, Bullion, yes. Well, Bullion actually would. You remember they did actually disconnect. Now with La France.
Oh, they disconnect.
Yeah, I did remember they did. They were in the lead and they disconnected on the straight for no reason.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't Bullion. That was Skitty.
Yeah, that's the same car. I think that's all. And he just yeah.
Ah, right, okay. Right, okay. So for whatever reason, Skitty had an issue, but Niall's taken over.
Yeah, La France, though, I don't know what the crack is with him, but it looks like they haven't been going since the error at the start of the race. Remember, they made love to that wall like there was no tomorrow, and there was no steering in that car.
Yeah. I've just got Paul's stream up, and even he is sat here going, "What happened?"
Yeah.
Because he's nowhere near the wall. It's like as if the ground grabs him or something.
That was whatever it was unfortunate.
That was super unfortunate. That was.
Yeah, I thought I dropped for a second because I was like, everything was stopped. I was like, what's happening right now?
Yep.
Ground. I don't know what's going on.
It's not. I was gonna say it's alright. That'll just be the server catching up. Give it a second.
Yeah. I'm giving it more than a second. Not much is happening.
I was gonna say, yeah, it might be a quit and reconnect.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna jump out of the server and back into it by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Very unusual.
Technology, hey?
Very confusing. Very confusing, right?
Live by the Honda, die by the Honda, says Skylar.
Literally.
I mean, yeah.
There we go, we're back in. But I'd agree with Sky for that, because look at Gary Smith, one of the most consistent and fast drivers I know, and obviously his YouTube channel is phenomenal as well. Like, Gary does so much. I'll just go on to the blank thing here. Gary does so much kind of detail online. He was super fast in the Audi. He jumped into that Honda and just had the worst luck of his life. He's now in the Aston because of it.
Yep, I don't blame him. Sometimes cars just have bad omens about them. I've known people who can drive certain classes or certain cars, put them into a race, and just things happen around them. They do nothing wrong. They just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
See, the Honda is, because it's so fast, it makes you just want to keep pushing it. That's a Honda thing in real life. I've had a few VTECs and Type R's through the years, and it's honestly the same on the road. They just push it to be a hooligan, and unfortunately, it's the biggest downfall of the NSX. Tire wear and just the fact that it's just. Yeah, it just wants you to be on the limit all the time, and unfortunately, to get the best out of the Honda, you need to be really ragging it.
You need to be there.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I absolutely agree. The one thing it definitely has on its side is that it has that power lock diff that we were talking about earlier. Just the way that the car handles the power that you put to it. As you say, it eggs you on. But as long as you can keep yourself under control, it will give you really, really good lap times, really consistent lap times as well, until the tyres die, of course.
Well, that V6 turbo engine is phenomenal for acceleration. The speed that car exits corner is it's phenomenal. It's just crazy. But yeah, live by the Honda, die by the Honda. But look at this. For people who doubt it, in the top 5, 4 Aston Martins and 1 Mercedes, all front engine rear wheel drive essentially.
Yep. If you want consistency, it's got to have an engine bit in front of you.
Yeah, it's so different to the likes of a Formula car where you need the engine behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. But then again, you've got all the aero performance to help you.
Yeah.
Whereas in this, you don't, like, again, as much as they say in this it seems aero dependent, you get to the real cars and it just doesn't matter. You can more or less take the wings off and they'll handle the same.
Yeah,
I said more or less.
To a point.
To a point. Yeah. Obviously not to take the wings entirely off, but the amount of times that you see wings that are just entirely trimmed out, just no interest whatsoever in providing downforce because it's a mechanical class.
Yeah.
But I can't believe that Mercedes is still running that well.
Yeah, well, how much he was going sideways earlier on, and I think he might have gotten over the marbling stage, and maybe it's just kind of cleaned up the tyres a bit. I don't know if graining is like this in this game, but normally with graining in Formula 1, you used to be able to drive through it, so I'm wondering, have they been able to drive through it in this game here? Does it come out of it?
I'll say I would suggest that he will be getting out of it, and that's a lap down car already in the Porsche as well.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. I didn't think that we'd be seeing lap down cars already.
No, what was 47 minutes in?
Grief, it feels like 10. Still feels like we're in the first 10 minutes. Only just, it's always there once you've got graining on the tyres, it just stays there.
Yeah.
That's so, Van Oom, I think maybe a man to watch. He's got the space around him, and if he's doing 146 zeros on dead rubber, which is basically what what grained tyres are, pretty much dead tyres, he's going to be a weapon in the second stage of this race. Which begins now, apparently.
Yeah, indicating to go in, and Skyler was just after saying now once you get grain in, it's always there. I find that very interesting because in Formula 1 games you could actually get through that graining phase. I'm surprised you can't get through it in the GT cars.
Yeah, I've also found that it tends to not be awful after a time. Whether it's you getting used to it or whether like it's getting the tires back under the actual pressures under control, it seems to play a bit better.
Okay.
But I've found that it's not always. It doesn't feel like it's always there, even if it says it is in the actual tables. But a fresh set of boots for Van Oom.
Nice one.
I'm sure that is going to be a breath of fresh air for him. Is he going to drop back into space? That's my main question.
I would
that Mercedes,
say so. Like Herringer was.
Mercedes,
go on.
That Mercedes in some clear air is going to be a difficult. They need to Moore and Vickers up ahead are going to need to be paying attention to where that Mercedes is.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here at Herringer now. So Herringer was coming around, so Van Oom's just leaving the pits now.
Oh, he got the best pit box as well, didn't he? He's not coming out, but
I think Dudley's getting out ahead of him as well. He's fine.
Yeah.
So they got that fairly spot on, and a little bit of a gap behind as well.
And this is where the strategy comes into these sorts of races. This could be that's another touch on the wall in the background of the. For I think that was Van der Merwe. But strategy coming into play here. The clean air that you get now may well give you positions at the end of the stint, at the end of the race. Liam Smith saying YouTube's much better streaming quality than Twitch. You bet your ass you're right. It is.
I'm actually watching the Twitch one on my phone to look at the chat, so I haven't even looked at the YouTube one. But they're both actually running the same quality. I've actually turned it down to 1080p 60 FPS to do the multi-stream.
Yep.
But just so you know, for the next one, I'm going to actually be live streaming this on a Facebook page as well. And throwing Facebook into it. So I'll be throwing that. I'm going to find an ACC page that'll let me just stream it there as well.
This is bad news.
Why?
There's a South African in the room.
Oh no, not a South African.
Hello, boys.
Paul,
How are you
you
doing, my guy?
unfortunate devil.
I
What
don't know
happened there, man?
I don't know if it was netcode or lag. Or I don't know. I turned, and next moment the cars in the barrier crossed the chicane.
I was gonna say, so we speculated, so because I was watching you watching it back, and from your screen, it looked like you were on the curb as normal.
Yes.
But I can see in the Discord, it looks as though you're attacking the wall.
Yes. I've no idea. I turned, took the corner as normal, and next moment the cars hit something while I'm not against it, and then it just ended up in the wall on the other side, and then 4 minutes of damage later.
Oh, wow.
The car was fixed, but the car doesn't want to turn when I brake. So when I brake, the car pulls left. So it's something's it's dead.
Wow.
It's dead, Dave.
one of those again. I mean, how much bad luck can we have?
Get rid of the Honda, I'm telling you.
Yeah, what we need to do is get you into the Aston Martin. I'm sure
Every
that'll make
single
it better.
Honda driver I've seen change car has lost their bad luck.
Yeah, maybe it's time. Hey, maybe it's time.
Because look at Gary's. Remember, Gary went from the Audi into that Honda, and now he's back straight with that Honda. He had a horrible time in it. It's just one of those cars. No matter how good of a driver you are, it just wants to murder you every time.
Yeah, no, that's true. But yeah, I really just don't know what that was. But yeah, I guess now we'll grab a beer, have a shot, and enjoy the rest of the race and support the teams that are left here from LNR because.
Well, Alex is doing a great job in second position, mate.
Yeah, Alex is doing great. Neil's sitting in P4, and then we've got Robin that's on like the comeback trail in P10. So, yeah, that's good to go. And if Niall and them don't have any more bad luck, they'll finish the race. Yeah, I unfortunately with a car that doesn't want to go when you're braking, that you can't really carry on driving that.
And I take it it's one of those things where dropping into the pits and trying to repair damage isn't going to fix anything anyway.
It says it's repaired, but you drive, and as soon as you brake, the car just snaps to the left.
Okay.
Under braking in a straight line, even for turn one, it doesn't want to. If I'm braking, it doesn't want to turn right into turn one, which is. So I think I just at the rate that it hit the wall at the chicane, it clearly damaged the chassis or something. So
that's awful.
He's broken.
Well, Paul, I'm going to make you feel better. Liam's after saying they don't call you Paul the Ball for nothing.
Well, he's not wrong.
It really isn't wrong. Really isn't wrong. You see, this is what happens when you try and explore track limits. You find yourself a barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's for sure.
I'll you jump out of the NSX. Come join us in the McLaren. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah, geez. Okay.
Join us over in Aston.
I'll be on the stream. I'll check you boys there.
Excellent, man. Fair play.
Boys.
Enjoy your evening,
Best
Paul.
of luck, man. But at least some decent lap practice for tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I hope he does get rid of that Honda because Paul is such a top class driver, and it's sad to see just the string of luck he's been having as of late.
Man, he's a top class bloke generally.
He's a bollocks really, but I love him.
Yeah, there's so many, there's so many guys. It's one of the things that I love about being around LNR is like the whole vibe, the whole atmosphere of that team is just one in a million. It's absolutely irreplaceable, and Paul is key to that, and making sure that everyone feels welcome and at home.
Yeah.
I did see that was Vandermeer up behind the.
Vickers in the pits.
See, this is where Robin's going to get quite a few positions now because he's taken that first pit stop already. So he's halfway through his first full stint, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm staying on with Mr. Vickers here because this is interesting. Wessel's in the pits as well from third. So Moore here, I think if Moore strings us out another 5-10 minutes, he could be doing himself a good service as well. because they have a 120 litre tank in this car as well. Liam's after asking me, did I hear the great news? Let me guess, it's some kind of an April Fool's thing, but go for it. Because I had to say that to Fengler earlier on. I told Fengler I wasn't streaming. Now, let me see. So Vickers comes out in 4th place. Are you shocked with that one? Mr. Ike, you there? Ike's after leaving me. But we'll jump on my Herringer there while that is going on. Right, Liam, tell me the great news. Please tell me the great news. Matty Gamble's in the building, is he? You came 4th on Thursday, wow. Well, that's unbelievable, Liam. As in, I don't believe you. A race without a spin. Oh, well done. Of course, it's one that I don't get to see that happens. See, now I don't believe it. Hopefully, Mr. Ike can jump back in soon enough. I don't know where he's gone. But hopefully he does get back into this. Maybe his internet's gone. I don't know. But yeah, so Moore still in the lead. Greening 31.8 seconds behind. So Eleanor 1 and 2 provisionally at the minute. Top 5 are all Aston Martin. Unbelievable. They're making a resurgence in this game and in real life with Formula 1. Alonso tomorrow. Possibly another podium. Could he get a sneaky win? Who knows? But well done, Liam. Genuinely, I'm honestly delighted for you because you're a dude that puts his work in. I know you do an awful lot of LFM and other bits. And you're racing in a really good league as well on Monday night. You were telling me about it, so I'm delighted for you, Liam. I'm honestly delighted for you. That fortnight, as Skyler says, is definitely paying off. Brilliant, Sky, brilliant. But hopefully, oh, Ike, you're back. What happened, to you?
Sorry, I was sidetracked by a call. I'm currently home alone with the kiddies.
Fair.
So was just getting an update on when I would have to relinquish responsibility of them.
How dare you have a life outside of talking?
I know. I'm very sorry for disappearing. It's just I wasn't expecting the call.
No, you're grand. I was chatting away. So Liam, if you didn't hear, finished 4th on Thursday. So I'm delighted for him. He didn't spin once.
Hey, that's pretty impressive, that is.
I'm delighted for him. And Sky is dead right. All the Fortnite is really starting to pay off.
Yeah. It's one of those things. It's one of those awful things where you get, like, they say you have to practice, and it's like, yeah, I know you need to practice, but I've got this, and this, and this, and this that I don't understand, and this, and this. You make all the excuses, like, no, just get out and start driving. Put yourself in races. Get yourself in those situations where the car's compromised, the track's compromised.
Yeah.
Look at Greening getting a lovely run wide out of the second to last corner. Now is going to be susceptible to the McLaren, which doesn't have the overall pace in a straight line. But that doesn't really matter if you haven't got a very good exit. It's one of those things that you absolutely can't. You can't buy it. You can't buy that kind of experience.
No.
The only way you're going to do it is to get out on track and make those mistakes, put yourself in those positions. The main thing that I say to everyone who's starting out in sim racing, and even if you're not starting out in sim racing, you're trying a different discipline. The trick is, don't ruin anyone else's race. If you're going to have an accident, if you're going to have an incident, if you're not sure what's going on, as Mr. Buck, it's the boss man out on the curves of Watkins Glen.
And Mike's took over for Vic as well. So Mike is super fast driver, but look how much of a gap he has to book. Mike is super fast as well. Now he did tell me he hasn't got to race in a while, so this is his first time ever, by the way, driving Watkins Glen in ACC. His first time ever.
Well, hopefully he's been watching the stream and he's appreciated the lap guide that you've no doubt given him, and the onboard lap that we had earlier is going to do him some good as well.
Oh, my lap guide was just me talking absolute bollocks a half an hour before the race.
I see. I tell you what, I can give you a proper lap guide if you really want.
No bother. If you want to do a lap guide, man, I will throw it into the next one. Not a bother at all. No problem.
Oh, yeah, that'll be useful for tomorrow, won't it?
I'm telling you, well, I won't be doing the stream, but if you want to do it, I can make it up into like a video and give it to the commentators. If you're more than welcome to do so, and give me all the links to your socials as well, and we'll throw that into the video as well, so people then will be able to find where you are and do all your bits as well.
I don't do social media. Social media is awful.
Well, your YouTube or Twitch or TikTok or
stream.
OnlyFans or whatever it is you do.
No, I don't stream. I don't. I stream on other people's channels.
Ah, fair.
It's one of those things that if organisations are growing, places like ERA, then it's a good thing all around. I'm in it to make sure that everybody gets their fair show of in a race, not like to make a name for myself.
Why is Buck back in the pits?
That's not good. I think that may be a mistake.
Oh no, they didn't change tyres. I'd say the car is sitting up there.
He's sitting up, yeah, unless he's had a massive mistake on his first lap out.
Wow.
You cannot buy the luck. You absolutely can't buy the luck.
I don't know, or haven't. At least they have got Greening out there, but he's only 16.5 seconds a front of Mr. Ambrose at the minute. That is tough. That is tough. But yeah, with the commentary side of things, Buck didn't fuel. So they're actually fueling the car at the minute. That's what it was. We're just seeing it there on Twitch.
Right.
Yeah, with streaming, I've cut down a lot on streaming. So anyone who's on my socials will see I haven't streamed in over a week. I'm pretty much not doing any comms during the week, and I'll only be doing the ERA endurance for the foreseeable, as I'm going to try and obviously race on the Sundays, just because life's gotten busy outside of it. I'm rushing home, but I obviously, once I kind of get used to my change in what I'm doing at the minute, I will obviously add 1 or 2 more streams back into it, because ISDA, if you haven't heard the news as well, after this season will be no more, so I've offered to try and take over that.
I did see that.
Over the community, so we'll see what happens.
Very kind of you. But it's one of those things. So ISDA, I was around ISDA since the very start. Honestly, the best group of guys you could possibly ask for. Or European-centered league. That actually I tried to get LNR to come and play with them as well.
Yeah.
But they're a Euro Central League. They've always had the very best management, the very best stewarding. It's one of those things that life gets in the way so much of all of our hobbies.
Yeah.
And when you don't have the support network around like ERA does, like some of the bigger sim racing organizations, it's very difficult to keep the momentum up, to keep going when all you ever hear is sim racers complaining. There's one final season coming up, so I think it's pretty fair to say if you haven't been a part of the International Sim Drivers Association, you've got one more opportunity to give it a go. And it is going to be a doozy. Each of the admins of each of the staff members, of which I am still one, get to choose a round of the championship.
Yeah.
And because I am an awful, horrible person, the race that I have chosen is early morning cold Spa.
Nice.
So
nice.
Track temperature is going to be as low as it can go, and it's going to be dawn coming up over the Eiffel Mountains.
That would be unbelievable. I might have a chat with the guys, and I might offer my comms free, obviously, in order to try and keep the community going, because I'd much prefer to see something like that stay going, because the drivers there are absolutely great, and you know, they showed up every week in, week out without fail. But yeah, it's never nice seeing another community kind of at their last step, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's one of those things. Again, it's another one of those occasions where you want to look back and say, what could I have done to change it, and that sort of thing. But I wouldn't have been able to commentate. My like as you said yourself, life has just been so incredibly busy, and just running a house is so difficult.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
It's a Mr. Fengler. What's Christian doing in the pit in the com box? That's not good.
Oh no, oh no. What's the crack, Christian?
my friend?
Just
Mr.
wanted.
Tetley.
Yeah, Tetley's driving at the moment. I just wanted to pop by and yeah, just drop some few words if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
First off, what a carnage! Holy shit! Holy shit! We have profited so much. Just gonna see if we really are able to hold it. Like, there are so many quicker drivers around. Don't know. We'll see.
Well, you've got one of the best men that you could possibly ask for in the car, and coming out from driving the Porsche to Lamborghini, he probably feels like a regal gentleman being chauffeured around in the green and black machine. Absolutely model stint from yourself in the opening melee of this race. As you say, there was lots of stuff going on. Absolutely played a blinder getting to where you were in the end. I think you were running as high up as 6th, and then just once again, I absolutely think that Lamborghini is your sandbags, and you'd be up in pro if it wasn't for that.
We'll see once the new 1.9 update drops, and it's gonna throw things all out the window. Plus, I wanted to stay true to myself. I was looking forward to the Evo 2.
Yeah.
And once it's gonna come, I'm not gonna be someone to jump on the hype train of driving a fucking new car because I might be later. I'll just be driving a Lamborghini because I always did.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I sincerely hope, I've got my fingers crossed because I know they've got the 720S Evo coming soon, and I'm waiting for that exactly the same as yourself, to be the new in thing and to finally have the car come back to me, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But I wanted to say also some props to Timmermans of the Dutch Red team. Holy moly, that was close racing and thoughtful racing all over the place. I hardly ever experienced somebody so patient, waiting for me to make the mistakes, pressuring me whenever he could, but never going for something stupid, considering it's an endurance race.
High praise.
Yeah, that was insanely good.
High praise from probably one of the cleanest and most sensible racers that I have come up against in my short time in ERA.
Nah, you don't refer to me, do you?
I am referring to you. Absolutely. I honestly, I think I spoke to you in DMs and was just like, I want so much to be given the opportunity to fight you like on an equal plane, where our cars are actually equal. Because I've either been watching from behind or watching from in front, and wherever I'm watching you from, your driving is always just the pinnacle of quality. Not referring to speed, just the actual quality of your driving.
Lads, can I just say, get a room, will you? What?
It's fine, I can't. Look,
I'm gonna be frank here. I have my fair share of mistakes. They showed also in the last race, like round 1 of the endurance. I had my get-together with Bullion, which was a bit off my side over eagerness, and his side perhaps a bit of unawareness in that very instant, and causing us both just quite to crash. I mean, I took the advantage in the overall, but it's such incidents I measure myself against, because I felt also in the driving I just had with Timmermans, he was doing the driving, like, I could pick my line, I could make life hard for him. And even if I had a weird breaking point, because he obviously is quicker, and I just have some, I don't know, breaking points of comfort, let's call them, that he doesn't have, he always responded to that. Like, there was no shoving into the bag, spinning me off. Props to that, because that is something I cannot do as good, I would say. That is the real deal. Defending is one thing, but being on the attack and not re-ending somebody, that's really quite a thing.
Yeah, the mark of a truly great driver. Yeah, and a truly great racer, which I think is the better compliment than a great driver.
Right, and I have things up here in the comment booth.
They were grand until there was a bit of sucking off going on here, lads. I don't know what's happening. To be honest with you, I'm just like, this should be on an X-rated channel here.
He doesn't notice when I do it to him.
Christian, how much did you pay him?
People think he's jealous.
Nah, Christian paid you. He definitely paid you.
We just had a crash.
Oh, Tetley just had one. We go back and have a look at it live. To both stop.
It's in the chicane. It's so easy to get it wrong there. It was wrong before it even got to the turn-in. That's that Lamborghini coming back to bite you.
Seems like...
It's not heavy damage.
Put my head down and just give him some comfort. We now have to thought out things strategy-wise, which is probably going to drop back a bit because he has to come to the pits after this.
Yeah, he will do. That's a lot of damage on the left-hand side of the car.
Mm.
Best of luck to both yourself and Stephen going through the rest of the race.
100%.
Hopefully you can get that Lambo to a decent position by the end.
All right, cheers, guys.
See you, Christian. Be good. So for Eleanor, the only car they have up there really, because where is as Wilfred Robson? Yeah, so 5th and 6th they have. Then it's back to 14th. Then so they've only 3 teams left in it. So look at this though. Mike Ambrinosa 27.8 seconds ahead of Brinkman now.
That's a lot of gap for a man who is out of practice apparently.
Yeah, no, he is. If you look at the best time, it was from Chris Vickers, a 1:45.5. Ambrosia is a 1:46.0 at the minute, but still actually lapping the fastest on the track.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to. The thing is that for the most part.
Oh, Teddy's had it. Oh, he's in the pits. Sorry.
Yeah, he's in the pits. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's where he wants to be. The thing is with these kinds of races is you make the fastest times on the empty fuel, yes, but you also have the worst tyres at that point as well. So it's a balancing act. Those who have been stuck behind someone who've then been saving their tyres and keeping their powder dry, they're the ones that will be firing off these fastest laps. Wilfred Robson's 1:46.7. That was his fastest lap. Who was that set the fastest lap of the race?
Sean, actually, in the Beamer last lap.
It's a YouTube stream. Yeah, Skitty. Yeah. Now that's interesting to see that 13 car so far back.
Well, that's because of the disconnect from him in the first part of the race. 1:45.432 though. That's in a phenomenal lap.
Yeah.
In race conditions.
Yeah. No, absolutely. A lot of these times are just becoming a little tiny bit ridiculous.
And look at this though. D Hezerg 0.2 of a second off A right, so this is the closest battle on the track. A right though. Do you know what? 2 very different cars. Let's see what Hezerg can do. He's definitely out of place as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's if I remember correctly, very, very fast. That's a very quick overlap. I wasn't expecting that to happen that quickly with the Aston Martin's apex speed.
Yeah, no, that was easily done. Now he's even carrying more speed out of the corner, it looks like, than the Aston as well.
Yeah, I think that may be right, perhaps not feeling comfortable with the setup of that Aston Martin. Pressures, maybe. Damage, possibly. I don't see any damage from what I'm seeing on the stream.
Yeah, no, I don't see any damage. Do you know what? It's just 2 different drivers, probably 2 different ways of driving, and maybe he knew the fight wasn't with it.
Yeah, I would say either that. That said, that dazzle paint would hide a majority of damage anyway.
That's quite true. But yeah, to be honest with you, I honestly just think he just knew that it was a different race he was in.
Yeah.
And then look at this. Yeah. So the Grug here will have 2 back markers that are fighting with each other. You've got Glen there.
Oh no. And again, like last stint, they're putting so much pressure on those rear tyres. Trying to keep the car in a straight line. They just need to dial it back just ever so slightly.
Still a long way to go. It's hard to believe. Still have 2 hours and 15 minutes to go.
Yep, and I am not man enough to sit out the entire race with you.
No, that's absolutely fine. That's grand, man. Whatever you can do, and that's absolutely grand, because it's great to have you in here. A seasoned commentator as well, which is great to have in.
I'm glad I can be of assistance. As I say, it's one of those things. Every time I get behind the mic and I sit in a comm box like we are now, you get an itch, and it's an itch. It's like there's an itch in your ankle. You're feeling yourself. You want to put the throttle down. You want to be in the position where some of these drivers are. Like Christian especially.
Yeah.
Again, massive respect for him. He was not in the same league as some of the drivers that were overtaking him, but then he got there through consistency and keeping it clean.
And that's it. It's one thing being fast, but it's keeping it on track, avoiding incidents, and us getting on with it. And
speaking of Hagen getting it wrong, having to get out of the way of Didugo.
I don't think that's going to worry Hagen too much, to be fair. Where is he in 11th?
That's technically 10th. 11th. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that's interesting. That could be the Lamborghini. So, Tetley, if he can get it all together and get the Lamborghini back underneath him. I'm just trying to see where he is on the track.
He's 54 seconds behind Hagen.
It's not
Buck's
impossible.
gone on the yellow flag. What's happened to him?
What?
He went yellow flag for a second, but he's back going now. I don't know
I hope that's not network issues.
Let's see. Yeah, definitely a network issue there.
Oh.
Wow, ET phone home, eat your heart out. I think he's back on track now, though, hopefully.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's
Hopefully.
gone.
Has he gone completely?
He's
no
gone.
way.
Yeah.
No way. That's South African connection, man.
No, Buck's Northern Ireland, isn't he? He's South African, but he lives...
You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I get myself very confused.
Oh, it's only because I was sending him stuff, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Sweet. No, it's very confusing when you hear that South African accent and you're just like, he's just across the water from me, he's just across the water from me, he's just across the water from me.
Oh, it's madness. Absolutely madness. But yeah, this is that was very unlucky because he was starting to come back up through. Obviously, he was very unlucky not putting fuel in on that driver change. And I think that's very, very important. And I didn't realise it until I started doing the endurance stuff. And like literally, the lads were giving out to me for ages. They're telling me to drive ACC Drive. I eventually bought it because it's so handy for doing the likes of the pit stops. People can control your pit stop for you, and it's great for teamwork. So I highly recommend that app to anyone.
I actually need to get that. Damn it.
It was €25 and it's a lifetime key, and you can actually just say you were on with your teammate talking away, and you can set up the next pit stop for them, and you can even do the tire pressures and everything while they're still driving. So the next pit stop, whoever takes over, has the correct setup.
See, I was looking at RaceLab as well, because apparently that does similar things, which I'm really intrigued by.
I don't think it does as much as ACC Drive. I have both of them. Like,
okay, yeah.
But I would definitely recommend ACC Drive all day long.
Yeah. I do it manually. I do it the old-fashioned way.
I tell you to go with it, because the other good thing about ACC Drive, the overlays with ACC Drive are phenomenal with the likes of your inputs, tire data and stuff like that. It gives you so much data. I'd recommend it now. I never knew much about it until I was forced into it, but I don't regret it now.
No, I absolutely understand. That was one of the things, because I run SimHub.
Okay.
Which runs across all of the all the stimulators.
Yeah.
But obviously, everything's slightly different. My next project with SimHub, because it's you can do a lot through the overlays.
Yeah.
My next project is to make an ACC style options window.
Nice.
So I can do the controls not only in ACC but also in rFactor 2 and in iRacing if and when I eventually get to it.
Gotcha.
See if we can get those options changed behind the scenes in a more in an easier way. Let's say.
Yeah. No, understood. That's what I like about Race Labs, that it works on rFactor 2, iRace, and F1. I'd love it to work on AMS2 though as well, because it's a game I genuinely enjoy.
I need to introduce you to a German friend of mine.
Oh, really?
Absolutely, and adores AMS2 as well. Yeah.
The only thing is the physics when you go on the grass is horrendous. Other than that, it's great.
I mean, you shouldn't really be on the grass, should you?
But you know, if you're side by side though, and you have a wheel on it, I mean, you might as well throw that wheel onto ice. It murders you. It murders you.
That's fairly realistic.
Well, no. There's realistic. I've done it in real life. I know what it's like, but no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it realistic? Is it like ice, as in you can't turn off it, or is it like ice, as in it tries to turn you into the wall or away from the wall?
No, it literally you have no control of the car once you go near that.
Oh, grief! All right, maybe not then. Yeah, fair enough.
Just if you have AMS2, just drive off track once. You will absolutely get what I mean.
Yeah, no. That's fair. That's fair. We'll get there.
It's brutal, but a lovely game otherwise. And what I like about it as well, just the way it has like all the old tracks, the classic Formula 1 cars, GT cars. It has the classic touring cars, the E60 and the Cosworth 190E. It has like some really cool cars. Oh yeah, and the Formula Inters that it introduced are great crack.
Yeah, there's I've recently found out they've got a new DLC coming out that is rumored to add dirt tracks, and with that game being in the Madness engine, I am beyond hyped for off-road racing to come back to the Madness engine with the developments that Rietzer has made.
Yeah. Oh, Hagen here and right.
That is getting very tight now.
The job done, and Glen is sitting there as well. So it looks like Mr. Wright is genuinely suffering at the minute.
Yeah. If the way that that car's looking, it's either he's not confident in the pressures, or he's not confident in the actual setup itself in these conditions.
Yeah, and it's not going to get easier for him as it gets colder as well. The track's literally after dropping 3 degrees now, just as I say that, since earlier on it was at 31 degrees for quite a while.
There we go. So that's probably what it is. If they've got the tyres set up. Van der Merwe coming up behind him at a rate of knots.
Wow.
Yeah, I would suggest that those tyres are barely getting to 27 psi, let alone 27.5, where you would like them to be. Where's Van der Merwe in the greater scheme of things?
He's in 6th position at the minute, and he is 6.2 seconds off Robson, so he needs Wright to get out of the way ASAP.
Yeah.
Even though they are teammates and they're both sister Eleanor cars, it would make a huge difference to try and catch up, and maybe once they're side by side work together.
There it's gone. There's the place.
Nice one. Oh, it's not yet.
Maybe not. Yeah, no, that is low tire pressure.
Oh.
Guaranteed. There you go. That was Van der Merwe. Get out of the way. I'm coming through, whether you like it or not. I don't think the Wright was going to get to the apex properly anyway.
No,
but
definitely
he was
not.
denied. He was denied by the pink Audi.
He had no choice. It was either that or hit him. But now Glen is going to go for it. Glen is much more confident in the Aston, and he takes a much tighter line.
Looks. The way it dives to the inside, such a good look from that Golf Aston Martin. It's one of those things that you wish you could take a picture of and frame.
It's a thing of beauty, that car.
Yeah, an Aston Martin in a Golf livery is never a bad thing.
Oh man, it's honestly, and I love Glen because he used an Aston Martin livery on the Ferrari when he drove the Ferrari.
Nice, very cool.
It's just it seems to be just a livery that goes with anything, and I always kicked myself that McLaren didn't run it after Monaco in 2021 it was.
Oh yeah, that was a wonderful.
Oh my god, what a beautiful looking car.
So I am currently toying with the idea of using that as a theme for the McLaren, for the 720S.
Oh yeah.
I need to put some work in, but it's it may well come to pass that's what my car ends up looking like.
I do love Mike's one as well. Takeoff the 98-99 McLaren.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The definitely not West cigarettes McLaren.
Yeah. Oh, it's.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing that I don't like doing in ACC is fades.
Oh really?
Because trying to create liveries like is on that Aston Martin is such a pain in the backside, because for example, the 720S, there's so many tiny little elements to it.
Oh yes.
That you can have everything absolutely perfect, and then there'll be this one element that's a completely different color, and it'll be about 3 millimeters wide.
Yeah.
And then you have to find those 3 pixels somewhere.
Yeah, that drive me mad.
Oh no, I've as I say, it's the reason why the majority of my liveries you'll find are solid colors with pinstriping over it, because I don't do gradients and stuff in ACC. In other sims, I'm more open to it because the wireframes make a lot more sense. But
Okay.
the elements, the way that they're built in this is just a nightmare.
Yeah, well, Matty Gamble has done my livery for me, but I'm going to make him do one because I want a different texture kind of background. At the minute, I just use I just have the Irish flag colours with kind of a base livery with my own sponsors on it, but I have an idea what I want, and I'd say it's going to be tough to do because it does have a bit of fade in it.
It depends. It depends. The Aston Martin's not actually that bad. There's a lot of solid texture, like panels there. So the Aston Martin shouldn't be too much of a drama. Bandolera out of the pits. Don't think that was a drive-through, so that will be. He's entirely off strategy. He is off strategy.
So he was 33 second stops. That would have been a tyre change.
Yeah. I wonder if he's putting himself, because that doesn't make, we're at 2.5. No, that does make sense.
So
I wonder if he's. Trying to think of the strategy call there, because we've got what, an hour, 2 hours to go.
Yeah, so he'd be able to run an hour and 5 minutes and another hour and 5 minutes. Not a bother with that Audi.
Yeah, he'll have the fuel for it. Yeah, that should be okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to do the maths.
I know, understood. Liam Smith was saying use armor paint, it makes the gradients look easy. Or makes the gradients easy. Yeah, I think that's what Matty uses as armor paint.
Oh my goodness. Alright, 1 second. I need to download this immediately. When the lead picture is a Star Wars ship, you know you're in for a treat.
Oh yeah. Oh, but it looks like you can do loads with it. It's not a thing that I'd normally use myself. I just let Matty do that stuff. I'm more into making silly videos and stuff for commentating, but I leave deliveries up to like say yourself, Christian, Matty, and all the other guys who are mad enough to spend hours making these liveries.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you get an idea in your head, and sometimes you need to just get it out.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, some weird netcode. Yeah. At least Eleanor are getting all the bad luck out in one race, and it's not going to be spread throughout the season, hopefully.
Yeah, well, it's only a 4-race season. You don't want the bad luck carrying out more than one race, really.
It's a drop round, right?
No, I wish for them, but no, unfortunately not. And that's why for Chris Tedder, who's not racing tonight now, so that's probably their...
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's their championship, because their first race didn't go to plan either.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, yeah, that won't be looking good for them. But Paul Venture, at least, is still in the pits, chilling there.
Where's that McLaren come from?
Of
John
Dudley.
4th position.
I'm telling you,
goodness.
Mr. Duds, he's a top class driver, and he normally drives the Lambo, so for him I'd say this is a piece of piss.
This is an upgrade, this is.
But at the same time, it's such a different car because the Lambo we used to drive it's so different, so I'm sure the adjustments for him to get used to it, and now he's probably settling down and getting into the flow of things now.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing, as I say, the thing is that the McLaren's one of those cars that you get used to it after a while. It's very, very, what's the word? You don't have to think about driving it. The natural racer's inclination to apply throttle when you get oversteer is the kind of thing that the McLaren needs. Same with the Honda in reality. It just people don't believe me when I tell them because they don't. But like especially places like Silverstone, those very like mill pond smooth circuits, you get sideways there and it drives like a 4-wheel drive car. You get the car sideways, apply throttle, keep the steering straight, and it'll end you up where you want to be going.
Yeah.
Which is just absolutely wonderful to drive, and around here as well, really, really rewarding. You can get the nose tucked into the apex as he comes out of the final corner. This first corner as well, I've got it set up so you can actually clatter it across the curb as well.
For me, I find
down there, right on the inside. There you go, beautifully hooked up, and throttle back out again.
Oh, it's an amazing car for me. It's a car that you can grab with the scruff of the neck, and you can really throw that car into corners and really abuse it, and it takes it. It's just one of these cars that seems to take a heavy hand. You can really be really aggressive with the inputs with it, and it just takes it.
Yeah, whereas the difference between the McLaren and the NSX is that you can abuse the NSX, it'll tolerate it for a while like a cat, but then it'll fight back at you. The McLaren just kind of takes it and lives with it. It's like an old dog.
Yeah.
Just takes whatever. It's just happy for the attention.
100%.
Beautiful sparks coming off. But that McLaren has absolutely stealthed up to 4th position. I haven't seen that rise up at all.
Yeah, he's doing a stellar job there, and I'm just going to have a quick look actually. So his stint time, so he is comfortably ahead of Robson because they're both on pretty much identical stints.
Yeah.
Literally within about 4 seconds of each other. So he's done an amazing job there, because Robson did get out ahead of him, if I remember that time, and he obviously got the move done. Oh, so that's the Grood and Dudley, sorry, I'm looking at there. Robson's actually, sorry, on a slightly different strategy. There's about 15 minutes in the difference. So realistically, I still think Dudley is on for a massively strong showing here in that Macca. And if the Groud does do that, and then next of all, it could be a podium position, potentially, that Dudley and his teammate are fighting for.
Yep, depending on how the rest of this race goes. 9 seconds, I think I saw that. Oh no, the gap is 10 seconds-ish between 3rd and 4th. That's not big in the greater scheme of things. Like a couple of tenths a lap is all it needs to be. If you can do it consistently, keep the car in its happy place. That Mercedes, we know already, is burning its tyres trying to keep the pace where it is at the moment, and coming through lap traffic isn't going to help the Mercedes cause in any way, shape or form.
No. VP Chicken, guess who could work at the pep fuel in the car? That's right, this guy. And then Paul Venture in the YouTube chat. Eleanor, bad luck bags today.
Yeah.
Look, absolutely. It is what it is. It is what it is. But look, Eleanor, what I love about them is the tenacity. They never give up, and they'll keep it going. I know in the NSX, it probably, whatever was wrong with the chassis is wrong with the chassis. There's nothing they can do with that car, unfortunately.
The thing is that he would have been more dangerous on the track than retiring, and at that point, you got two options. You either quit, try to pull some jiggery pokery to try and get a new car, and at that point you're starting at 0 laps and you're so far behind, you're never going to make any progress at this point in the race. Unfortunately, sometimes it does just make sense to park it and save your beans for another day.
Unfortunately, that is just a fact. And I'll tell you what we're going to do really quick. I'm going to jump on with car number 3 to go for a lap into Mercedes and see who he's getting on now, see the sideways from the inside.
Ah, that's a really good idea, actually.
Let's enjoy the noise of this.
That is a man who is pushing and not comfortable in the car that he's driving.
Yeah, he's really, really pushing that car, isn't he, to keep
That
it?
is, yeah. The lessons of the earlier stints, I don't think have quite been learnt as yet.
No, definitely not.
Van der Merwe then, where is...
He's only 0.4 off Hazard.
That is a fight for position in the Mercedes versus Audi. Audi with the handling, Mercedes with the straight line speed. Oh, and no turn in towards the apex for Herzig.
Yeah, it's
That's a right little clump of cars, that is.
Yes, it is, and it's a mixture of obviously back markers, and then guys getting on with, and then Jay Young and in that Porsche only 2.7 seconds off. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this really is a fight of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, well, for Brinkman now, he's only 26. He's pulled about a second in on Mike. I'm sure this might be slowing him down because these guys are going to be fighting hand, tooth, and nail for position.
See, this is where you can actually use the car ahead as an advantage. Van der Merwe could let the Aston through in a... Oh, I don't think he's going to have a choice. Once again,
Audi wants to kill them.
Trying to take too much speed. And he's going to fall away from the back yet. So Herzig breathes a sigh of relief. He sustained that attack for now, but now he's going to have to let the blue flag through. Mr. Brinkman fighting for a podium position. Herzig's got the time to pick the spot, but he's going to need to do it quickly if he doesn't want to lose out to Van der Merwe as well.
And also, Youngins after joining in with this as well. So Herzig really needs to do his best, because look at that, Youngins right on the back of Van der Merwe there, half a second off.
Now we know the Porsche isn't good in a straight line, but this down the bottom of the circuit through the boot section, this is where he's going to be at his most vicious. And Van der Merwe's had an accident on the exit of the heel. Throttle, it's on the throttle.
Oh, he runs onto the grass.
Oh no, doesn't touch anything.
Very lucky.
Key information there, no damage sustained to the Audi.
Right after having an incident.
Oh no.
Oh, that's huge damage.
That's a massive incident. He must have knocked the inside curb. No, not even. Has he got it wrong?
I don't know where he got it wrong, but he's been driving slow, so he must have got it wrong somewhere in that sector. We missed it with the racing that was going on.
Yeah, wow, even worse.
That's huge damage.
Made it into the... Oh, he has not made it into the pits yet. That is a lot of damage on the Aston. Come on, get into the box, get into the box. He's done the hard part.
I tell you one thing, that happened to me in the endurance race. I was racing with Matty. Never talk to me when I'm driving, I'll lose concentration.
Yep.
But I've never experienced that until it was in Bathurst going up the mountain. Absolutely smashed the car, had no steering whatsoever. It was horrendous. Dudley's in the pits, by the way.
Oh, there we go. That's what I was expecting.
So Robson's gone through.
So that is a fight for position. It is a fight for position. So there is opportunities here, not only for the LNR car, but also for McLaren's. Two McLaren's on the in 5th and 6th at the moment. I think that's about where the McLaren should sit.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking at Keys to see will Keys catch up to Dudley and get by.
I think he will.
It'd be close enough.
It'll be close enough for sure, and if Dudley's taking tyres and possible driver change, just trying to look at the tower to see if the name changes. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting couple of laps.
It's a good thing for Dudley. He's at the end of that pit.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So he's out and away as soon as he's moving. There we go.
He should get out ahead of Keys.
It'll be tight, but it will come out in favour of Dudley.
You still comfortable here by about 5 seconds.
Yeah, but he's got to get heat into the tyres yet.
Wow.
That's the first challenge coming out the pits in the middle of an endurance race. What's the car doing on this new rubber? Do I have the grip? Have I got the pressures set right? Are they going to get to the right pressure? And now
Look at Evil and Tetley.
Evil up behind Tetley. This could be a very interesting battle. The Lamborghini's good in a straight line. The BMW not so good anymore, but there's a lot of drive through the S's for the BMW. And is Tetley going to fight it? No, he's not. He gives the position. I think he's... Oh, good grief. Yeah, Tetley is not confident in that Lamborghini, I dare say.
No. Could be another thing with tyre pressures now because we're down to 28 degrees and the track's only going to get cooler and cooler as the night progresses.
The weird thing is that as these tyres get more and more old, that they tend to go up in pressure because there isn't as much rubber to absorb to dissipate the heat. So the temperature going down might actually be playing into the hands of some of these drivers, keeping them in the window to run longer. Inside the keys.
Lovely,
wow,
lovely move.
That was a brave move. Just shows how strong the Porsche is through the twisty bits. How much they have to peg the car back in the straights because they can't fix just how good that car is. Back to the BOP. Oh, look how confident he is, right up against the wall.
I love it.
Absolute opposite to what we've been seeing from some of the other drivers, not feeling confident to push on the tyres. Jongen absolutely happy to put that Porsche exactly where he wants it to be.
That's another car that really loves somebody to be aggressive with it, but then again you need to be aggressive and able to handle that bit of snap that the Porsche can give from time to time. It's an amazing car. Absolutely. And it's great to see how hard that he is pushing that, especially as you see I'd say an inch off the wall. Realistically, he was superly...
That was
confidence.
Within net code of touching the wall, yeah.
Yeah, that was literally confidence at its highest key.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's only 4.5 seconds off Christie ahead, though. So
that
Christie...
Yeah.
He will be under pressure. Now, Christie's on new tyres. I don't get... Like, Dudley had swapped places there, but... You know, if that Porsche gets by, that McLaren's going to have a very tough time of getting back by it.
Yeah. Yeah. Keys looks like he's got a yellow.
Oh,
yeah.
The
issue stream anyway.
He's in the pit still. Now, just so you know, Young on the last lap, 1:45.417, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, there we go. Track temperature starting to come down. Air is coming to him. The Porsche, of course. Of course, it's the Porsche that takes the fastest lap of the race. My goodness.
He was part of the wall.
Yeah. Yeah. I tell you what, if you want to see confidence, may as well enter these few laps under that Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Good grief.
That was unreal.
And yeah, again, and that's the thing is, that's what we normally get. The Aston Martin behind is you go up to the wall and you push yourself away. There's nothing like that coming from Jongen here. He is he's happy to sit at the wall and just let it fly by him.
Yeah.
He knows where the car is, he knows what it's going to do, and he knows how to get the performance out of it. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, he's absolutely on it.
It's another one of those situations. I don't know about yourself. You probably, when you get your rig, you're going to be an absolute nightmare. You're going to be exactly like me. But every time when you see someone having a time like this, where they're just one with the car and it's all working as it should, it's just the best feeling.
Look how much is he catching Christie. Like, his last lap was a 1:45.432, so he's consistently within a tenth in the mid 1:45s. He is by far the fastest lad on this track. The closest person to them is about 1.2 seconds slower. That shows us how fast he is lapping at the minute. As you say, that's a driver and a car being at one with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And flashing. That's a sign of confidence.
Oh, look at this speed he carried.
Yep. Let him go, let him go, let him go, let him go, let him go.
Oh my god, that was so close. He is absolutely pushing that car right to the wall as well. He is giving it everything.
That's the thing is, the other thing is like as a blue flag driver, you want so much to get out of the way of those who are like hunting down leaders and things like this. Like, let's be very real here. The pace that Jongan's got, he could be getting to 3rd position before the end of his stint.
Yeah, he's really on it.
And you don't want to get in the way of that kind of flow when you've had a bit of a rough race and you've been doing your best. And you start seeing those blue flags. You just want to like not interrupt the flow of the main race. And here comes the fight for 5th position then.
Unbelievable. And Liam's pointed out something which I did notice, I didn't say it though. So Glen has brought down the gap from Dogme from 2 minutes 45 seconds to 1:10.
That is from over a lap to, oh my goodness, I can't.
That's
I'm gonna
scary,
have to
isn't
look
it?
away. Yeah, I can't. Oh, the Christie just gives up the position. Yeah, I would do exactly the same. Someone comes up to me with those kinds of kahunas. I am not fighting them. Nah, screw that. You can have the apex. I don't need it.
That's what you call a man on a mission.
Yep. And I'm sure Christie is either taking counsel from the other driver who will be sat in a Discord with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's down there. John's down there. He'll either be taking counsel or he will be informing John, look, I'm not going to fight this. He's closing me down by like half a second a lap. I don't need this fight.
No.
That's not what we're here for. That's
Definitely not.
Just absolutely, I'm not playing this game. No, screw you. You just drive past me. Leave me alone.
Absolutely, and DM in there as well saying, evening boys, here to support my team DET. There's a few of the DT guys. Let me have a look for you. I'm fairly sure that Porsche is one of them.
That is.
So yeah, this is one of them.
At the moment.
This is the one that he's watching. He's actually watching one of his team absolutely flat out going down the road, and yeah, doing a great job. And then there is another Dutch endurance team there, car number 217, who's in 2nd spot. So, Joe, for the Dutch endurance team, they're actually in a great position, 2nd and in 5th. But that 5th position could be a 3rd, I should say, by the end of this stint if he keeps continuing at that pace. Now, his pace has dropped off a little bit. Maybe that was with a bit of traffic. So he was in mid 145s, so 146.0 last lap. It's still the fastest lap, but by anyone last lap. By over a second. Everyone in the 147s other than him. Onwards, backwards.
Mad. Absolutely mad. That 79 Porsche in the hands of Jongan is a definite contender. Where is Tetley in the greatest scheme of things? Just falling behind the BMW. Falling behind the BMW that had the disconnection at the start of the race.
So the only thing is though, he does have Mr. Dogme here. I don't think Dogme should be able to catch him. No, he's not. So Fengler's back in the car. Papa Fengler's back in.
I was going to say, and then Mr. Fengler out onto the racetrack. I expect this to be another one of his absolute stonking stints that he pulls out from nowhere. If he has to clear air, which it looks like he does ahead of him, he should have plenty of space to stretch his legs and that Lamborghini's legs as well.
100%. Now, the Emin that's in the chat is saying, so obviously the DET team are actually in 2nd and 3rd, and obviously the Porsche which is chasing them down. He's hoping for a podium lockout. To be honest with you, I think, and I'm not just probably, there's still an hour and 40 minutes to go, it's going to take a lot to catch Mike Ambernosa and Chris Vickers. Them guys are at one with that Aston Martin. So it'd be interesting. 100%. I'll be looking forward to that. What we want to see, talking on it, is to see these kind of battles developing, and then at the end we get to see the final act, as they say, and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, because that's the thing as well, is that the 3.5 hours that we've got is a really fun length, because you're not going to do a full stint at some point in the race. You're either going to do shorter stints, so I think that's 2 stops at 45 minutes each, or you do a quick first stint, as we saw with a couple of the LNR guys, and of course, let's not forget the 505 car. I'm pretty sure is one of those cars. That is off strategy. The other way is obviously do your 2 full stints, and then you've got fresher rubber at the end. We weren't going to know where any of these guys are actually placed until the final half hour.
No, that's the joys of endurance. We think we do. We always think we do. We always like to think, oh, we can calculate it, but we get slapped in the face. It's just something totally different.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always one that's played the strategy like an absolute gem. And has made like positions where they absolutely, I'll not say didn't deserve to, but if I say they didn't deserve to, you know what I mean. Like they get there through strategy, not through outright pace. I think Van der Merwe should be. No, he's got probably half an hour to his final stop.
So I'll have a look here at the pits. So who are you discussing here, Robson? Is it?
So I was just looking at the LNR guys as examples of different strategies that we've got. So yeah, Robson. What's Robson?
So his stint time at the minute is 48 minutes and 20 seconds. Van der Merwe 11 minutes 13. Massively different.
Yeah. So we're gonna have. So Wilfred is on the hour first stints. And Robin in 7th is on the alternative strategy.
Yeah.
I don't think that anyone has chosen. What we'll find with 45 minutes to go, so at 2 hours and 45 minutes, if we see anyone pitting at that point, that's when we'll find their final pits, their final stops.
100%. And just to say to you there, just because you're keeping an eye on that, at the minute, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we'll have Mike coming into. Mike's in the pits now, so he's coming a bit earlier than I thought. Brinkman is on 56 minutes stint. Then you have also Hezerg. Who else is there? Sean should be in soon enough. Dogme, Glen. So there's actually we're looking at about 6 or 7 cars in the next few minutes. Brinkman's in the pits as well. Copy and Amber knows it.
Now, I'm surprised that they've done it this way.
It's a little bit early, isn't it?
It's very, very early for following that. But the thing is that the strategy is fairly flexible. If one of them's had enough, if they're coming up, because we are just running over into a new hour as far as like terrestrial time is concerned. So there may be that there is some load shedding somewhere, because obviously South Africa is not the only place to have load shedding, but first one that I've heard of. Obviously it does go on in different countries. There may be that they're just pushing their luck with load shedding, maybe time zones not playing too nicely for others. It's just a case of you need to deal the cards you've been given. Robson back to 2nd position then as he comes through the S's.
Absolutely.
These cars, they're not out of it yet, the LNR guys, especially not for the podium positions, and with Robin doing the work that he's been doing.
Well, it's still an hour and 35 minutes, though, and nothing is definitely not set in stone as of yet. Robson, obviously, splitting Vickers and Brinkman, but obviously Vickers is a pit stop ahead now. So that's about a minute ahead, really, when you look at it.
Yep, absolutely. That's going to be a mountain to climb for the actual win, where the question comes, what if? And all the drivers who have had connection issues, and it's always the silly mistakes. It's those little oversteer moments that lost the position that put you in the place to get taken out and take damage, or something like that. It's it's this stage in the race when you start to think about those sorts of things, and what if I hadn't made that mistake? What if I'd braked a bit earlier? What if I'd chosen right instead of left?
Come here. It's one of those things. No matter the what ifs, you just got to get on with the hands you're dealt, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You have to it's the mental discipline that you need to keep and that sometimes can get the better of you. Is you get wrapped up in the mistakes that you've made. It's like, nah, that's just the story of this race.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sometimes they say it in when it comes to Bathurst, the mountain is the one who chooses who's going to win the race.
Oh,
it
yeah.
applies just as much in sim racing. The track is what's going to decide whether you win or lose today.
100%. At the end of the day, you need to be adaptable. If you're not adaptable and if you cannot think outside of the box, especially with strategy and adapt to what's happening around you, you will fall by the wayside. And that's why, hats off to Chris Ficklers, to Wessels, the Grode, Robson as well, obviously, and Youngin, because Vickers has kept it clean. He's avoided any of the incidents. Wessels, the Grode obviously fighting a very tail-happy Mercedes, but they're doing enough to essentially, once Robson pits, hold on to a podium position at the minute. But then again, their teammates, I suppose you could call them, Youngin there in that Porsche, is like literally... That might as well have a dog with a B. It might as well be a puppy with a B up its arse, basically. It's just absolutely flying.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the things. Can we just put a petition to have John get into the end of the race?
Yeah, not a bother. We're on with him there, but I'm going to jump on though. We will give the back markers a quick look at as well. I'm a firm believer of giving everyone a bit of look. So we're on with Young, who is in the back here now at the minute. And he's got the Goud right behind him, so he's going to have to get out of the way as fourth position.
Yeah, there we go. Now he's going to have the opportunity to chase the Mercedes, hold on to the coattails through the through the chutes, and try and drag himself up towards the next car for that 15th position. Another Aston Martin. Lots and lots of Aston Martins here tonight, isn't there?
Yeah, it's definitely a very popular car now. I'd like to think I was the trendsetter, but I'm definitely not.
Yeah.
I think it was the
you just found the beauty of the car first. It's the one thing that I do appreciate with iRacing is how you buy one car at a time.
Yeah.
And I if you could do something like that with ACC, where you can only drive one car per month or something like that in each class, like this is your car. And that would be absolutely incredible, because then you wouldn't have these shifts from race to race to race. Like, you have this car, you have to take this car. It's like real life.
Yeah, I'd absolutely, I'd agree with that. And that's why I'm going to just stick with one car. Like Paul was asking me to go racing Eleanor. I'd love to, but I'm not going to jump into a GT4 because I'm not going to dedicate my time to learning that car because I'm still trying to learn the Aston.
Yeah,
So,
and to be fair, to be perfectly fair with your position with the new rig you're getting, it's going to be learning right from the start.
100%.
Saying the gap to Dogmeat is down to 10 seconds.
He's a liar at 6.4 seconds now.
Oh my goodness, we're going to need to... this is going to be a fight for position as well. We know how hard Alpha fights.
I don't think it's going to be a fight if he's caught him that quick. Like, that's a minute and 10 seconds.
Liam, you demon. That's awful. Why have you...
That's Glen, that's his brother.
No, I know. But running the Golf livery, it's just... Oh, man, it's that far down. If only we'd have known, we'd have watched more of it. It's a beautiful livery, Liam.
See, it's a beautiful looking livery with the best looking driver in it, Glen Smith.
Oh, is Glen Smith the best looking driver?
Right, so to me, right, you can give out about my family, you can give out about me, don't give out about Glen. You give out about Glen, there'll be trouble.
That's fair. I'll know to avoid that in future. In fairness, the show he's putting on at the moment, I don't think I could have a bad word to say about him.
No, he's a top bloke, top good looking man, top good looking livery, and he's doing a great stint.
Are you hearing this, Liam? Your man's flirting with your brother. Dad.
The better looking brother.
Better looking brother, right?
Yeah, the better looking
What you
brother.
got against Liam, man?
I love Liam, absolutely love Liam, and I always want him to do great. And that's why I was delighted now that he actually got to P4 last week. But I'm telling you, just talk to Glen once, you'll understand.
Yeah, no,
Glen is an absolute hero.
I bet.
Liam's a bit of a prick.
Give me a second. My cat is trying to tell me that there's something wrong, so I'm just
No
going
bother.
to check and make sure the rest of the house is alright.
No bother, brother. No bother. But yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. Glen is doing a phenomenal job here. Less than a second now. We'll jump on with Glen. Let's go on the interior. Glen, you can hear him listening to Kama Chameleon there in the cockpit. Living his best life. And fair play to Dogmeat as well, another driver who is absolutely, with every race, getting better and better as well. So, you know, this is definitely a great showing by Dogmeat. He's keeping it consistent, which is the main thing here. He wants to try and make that car come home without getting any incidents. So Glen just being a bit cautious, but looks like Glen's going to get the move done. He's going to make Alpha go out wide. And that's a lovely move by Glen. Throws the dummy there. And wham bam, says Glen, give me that position. Phenomenal driving by Glen. Absolutely epic. Overtake of the race. Driver of the century. What a dude. What a dude. But that was honestly a great move there. And great driving from Alpha. Just unfortunately, Alpha literally took the bait that Glen was thrown out. Chomped it down, and then Glen went bye-bye. But great driving there, and fair play to Dogmeat as well. Dogmeat, it looks like he's running a slight bit of damage on the front of that McLaren as well. So Dogmeat is an absolute hero keeping that going. And Vickers 8.9 seconds clear of Robson, so he'll start. Obviously, now the tyres have warmed up, he's getting into the groove of that car again. And it's just tipping along. I'm wondering, will Vickers hand it back to Mike for the last stint to bring it in, or will he do the rest of the stints to the end? I'd like to see Mike back out there, but we'll see. So the God here, though, I think Youngin's kind of reign has slowed down a little bit. He had a bit of a slow lap last lap of 146.5, while the God was a little bit faster by 0.4 of a second or so. So maybe at the minute now, the tyres are starting to run their course with the Porsche. As Fengler there, Fengler got a little bit sideways, but he's kept it on. So Christian doing a great job there as well. Now up in 12th position. He does have Glen. We'll keep an eye on this one. So Glen is, just let me check that now. So it looks like he's 3 laps behind. So Glen needs to find about a lap. So it depends who's in the car next. After seeing what Glen done in his stint there, it's 100% doable. 100% doable. Oh, well done, Mike. You're going to be bringing it home. Yeah, so Robson, I'd say, probably has another few minutes before he will be pitting. Let me have a look here now. So, yeah, do you know what? In the next 5 or 10 minutes, Robson will be in. He's on lap 50. He's actually an hour on the stint now. So he's going about an hour.
So 5 minutes to go for Robson then?
I'd say so, yeah.
At most. Yeah.
Yeah,
The thing is,
go on.
Thing is it's all about which cars you can keep underneath you the best. I think that's what the Aston Martin has always been so damn good at doing.
Yeah, he's done a great job there with that. And I was just saying, I think you missed Glen. Got a lovely dummy done on Alpha Dogmeat. Got the job done, and boy, it was a beautiful thing. Probably the most.
I bet it was.
Probably the most graceful move I've ever seen in my life. Driven by a pro, you know yourself. But oh, amazing. But now this is the thing, right? So I did say it there. So they're about 1 minute and 38 seconds behind Fengler. Can the guys actually now go and do it as Robson goes into the pits? Can the guys catch and get by Mr. Fengler? Now they caught Alpha Dogmeat from 2 minutes 30 behind within an hour. Within an hour.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah. Now, what I will say is Alpha Dogmeat versus Christian Fengler is a very, very different proposition.
Yeah, but I think so. You have either Liam or Jack going back. If Jack gets back into that car, Jack versus Fengler, it's a bit unfair. Like Jack is after getting pace from out of his arse somewhere. He's gotten so fast. Liam carries a lot of pace and is way more consistent now, and that's a tribute to Liam. I know he's doing an awful lot of LFM now, and I think that's really helping him.
I'd say that's something that we're actually looking, or I'm trying to look into, is to find some time to to play some more LFM. Just as we said right at the outset, just get behind the wheel, get on track. It doesn't matter who you're against. It doesn't matter where you come. It's just get the miles in, because every corner is a new experience, and every turn you're gonna find something to learn from it.
I haven't played LFM in a week and a half. I got really pissed off that someone cleaned me out of it, and I lost I think it was 0.3 of safety rating, and I was like, fuck it.
Oh yeah.
I got so annoyed.
Yeah, no. I did exactly the same. There is another one called another thing called Pit Skill, which uses simracing.gp to organise the races, but they have daily races as well.
Okay.
Might be worth looking into. But the point is, just be on track around people.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna come across people who can't drive, who can't race, who don't know where their car is, who for some reason don't have the radar on, which is something that I will never understand. But the point is, you're only gonna know how to deal with them by being exposed to them.
Yeah, well, I have to say, I never done LFM until it was Liam and Glen and Matty got me into it, and we do it a few times a week. And you know what? When I'm on it, which I will get back onto it this week, there's nothing better, because I find it really does help with your consistency. It helps with especially with the varying driver talents. It really gets you to get more reactive to people around you and understand some people have zero spatial awareness while others might have a lot. So it's very, very good that way.
There's one really simple thing that you learn from driving in what they are essentially public lobbies.
Yeah.
There's one very, very key skill that you learn very quickly, and that is probing. You don't, mistake for thought, where's that?
Let's go back and have a look. And actually, Diamond was saying their pit skill is like LFM, but 2.0, so obviously pit skill might be better, he says.
Here we go. So I'll drop you that link in just a minute, and hopefully we can. What evenings is there a regular evening that you're racing, or?
It's whatever I'm not working, or he just lost it on the. Yeah, it's getting time, but you know what it is. I've been the last week and a half, as I say, I haven't been doing as much comms. I've just been doing an awful lot of other things, just kind of that I needed to catch up on, so I can put a little bit more time to it. But I do have a financial exam in May, so realistically, I probably won't get too mad into racing fully until probably just after mid-May, I'd say.
No, totally. From all of us at LNR, before then, in case we don't speak before then, best of luck. Hope you get through it.
If I don't, I'll blame you.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, well, I'm a commentator. You can blame me. I've just commentated the curse you.
I'd never be that mean.
Commentator.
I always own up to my own things. I just admit it. I didn't do much, but I don't know. Look, it is what it is. Look, we have to sometimes. Like, I was doing commentating so much, I was doing it nearly 5 to 6 days a week. Just unfortunately, you know yourself, life gets in the way at times, but I'll be back doing loads in a few weeks' time, probably, you know me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as I say, I had to make a very, very conscious decision to stop doing commentary and focus on sim racing, because I was losing touch.
Yeah,
it's put it simply, and there comes a point where, especially when you're in our position, you can't fall back on the experience of real racing drivers and things like that to keep you in the loop. Like, you have to just get behind the wheel and do the thing, and just take the plunge and do it, because otherwise you are going to fall out of the loop. You're going to forget what you're doing. And then someone's going to see you in an open lobby at some point, and they'll be like, oh, that commentator that's so good and knows exactly what they're talking about. Let's see how well they race, and you plow into the side of them because you forgot where your breaking point was.
Oh, that's exactly for me. That was a very humbling experience in the last few weeks. I am definitely getting better, and the endurance with Matty was the most humbling. So I know definitely my consistency can be worked on, but also I need to get used to people talking to me and then not letting that conversation then completely take my concentration off what I was doing. Because I mean, when I hockeyed the ball out of it, I mean, I smashed the ball out of it from laughing. And it was actually Papa Fengler I was laughing talking to.
Good man.
No regrets.
I can give you some assistance with that, actually. So get yourself crew chief, right? And you can set it. You could to varying levels of talkativeness.
Okay.
Set that slider to maximum, so he's just constantly talking at you. You
Right.
will learn. You will learn really damn quick, or you're going to crash on every corner.
I see. I can listen to talking, but when I'm starting to talk back and when there's jokes and stuff, that's when it gets
right.
tough.
Yeah. No, that's fair. No, I when I'm driving, I just ignore people until I'm on a straight, or I'll take
fair.
it in, process it. I only talk back when I'm on the straight. You are going to get nothing out of me if I'm in any kind of corner or braking zone.
I know, I'll chat away. Not a bother. But John, you laugh and you start getting tears in your eyes. It was literally in that moment I was just like, oh, and it was so good because Matty done a great stint. Chris Wall was on after me and done an amazing job, and we ended up I think P13 in the end, which was amazing. But I definitely think there was a P10, P9 on with the pace that guys had. No, I was the slowest driver out of us, but we were doing a great job.
Yeah,
And then just that moment.
Having the steering wheel will help with that a lot.
Oh, massively.
There's nothing that focuses your mind like the wheel suddenly trying to rip itself out of your hand.
Yeah.
Because you went into a corner too quick because you were laughing too much.
Yeah. Well, bars is easy to do it on the mountain anyway. Never mind when you're actually laughing away. But,
Absolutely.
it was a great experience with him.
Yeah. That's Bathurst is a great experience anyway. It's one of those things that being in the Northern Hemisphere, like the chances of us ever getting down there is slim to none, and it's one of the things that sim racing gives you, and it is a gift. It is a gift. Like there are gems like that all over the world, and if it weren't for sim racing, we wouldn't be able to experience those things.
100%. And sorry,
all of the no, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say to you, sorry, while you're going on, is literally just with Mr. Vickers, last lap at 1:45.310, fastest lap of the race. But back to you, my brother.
There we go. Someone has fed him the caffeine and sent him on his way.
And speaking of caffeine, do you drink Monster?
I've been trying to get the big boys at L&R to see if we can get a Monster sponsorship. Not because I necessarily drink lots of it, but the colour schemes of the drinks would make really good livery colours. But I do drink Monster. I will happily drink any Mango Loco that is shipped my way.
Have you tried the Rosa? The sugar-free Rosa? The strawberry one? Oh my god.
So much better than it deserves to be.
Yeah, it is amazing. Now, the new Lewis Hamilton sugar-free as well, unreal.
Is it?
Oh my god. Oh, I mean, for me, the Rosa and the Lewis Hamilton sugar-free are the best. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That sounds like the taste of a world champion.
See, it's a fruit punch kind of flavour. Like, it's genuine. It's like really, really nice. Do you know the way sometimes it can be a bit overly sweet, or that this one isn't? It's really good.
It's got a good bit of bite to it as well.
And I'm not sponsored by Monster, guys, so then just try it and enjoy it. Trust me.
Not yet. Not yet. He's not sponsored by Monster. We'll get there.
Nah, definitely not. I'll never put that much time.
Huh?
I'll never put that much time into it. Oh, as there's a car off around Vickers, maybe just got a bit of understeer. That was Malowski.
I thought I saw lights facing the wrong way.
I think Malowski just ran too wide, letting Vickers by and onto the grass he went.
There we go.
But
so easy done.
Oh, 100%. And another drink for you, since you're an energy drink lad, it's Rain, REIGN. Try, there's a lemon HDZ and then a peach one. Unbelievable.
Now peach is something you got me interested in. I used to drink peach squash like it was water when I was a kid. It's one of those tastes that just never gets boring.
And what's good with it as well, it has branched chain amino acids in it and another few good things as well. And it's sugar free.
Yeah.
And there's no colouring. All of them are clear, so there's no colouring added into any of the drinks.
Sweet. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, they're so good.
Oh man.
That's my energy drink buzz.
Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't. I try not to drink energy drinks because, as you can probably imagine, you get going anyway. And having that elevated heart rate is not the best when you're trying to concentrate and keep everything under control.
I could hear Damian was saying that let's not talk about world champions, a lot of Dutchies. Come here, Max Verstappen is a champion, even though the controversy of the 2021 season, either of them deserved the championship. There's nothing you could do about that. But Max is ruthless, and that's why he's a champion. It's like Schumacher. Hamilton was the same with Rosberg. Senna was the same. Prost was the same. To be a world champion, you need to be ruthless. So for me, Max is by far the best driver at the minute.
We'll agree to disagree on that one.
You're Lewis Hamilton. Like, I like Lewis Hamilton.
No, not at all. Not at all. No, I think my opinions on a world drivers champion as far as Formula One is concerned is that you can't just be the fastest driver to be a good world champion.
I agree.
Schumacher, Senna, Prost, all of them did so much for F1 as a whole. It wasn't. They weren't just in the fastest car. They weren't just the fastest driver or anything like that. They were like Prost moving the sport forward. Head of Mercedes. What's wrong with me? That we just lost last year.
Oh, Nick. Oh, yeah.
Come on, stupid.
No, you're thinking of the head of Red Bull that lost, no?
No. We lost Lauda, Nicky Lauda.
Oh, Nicky Lauda. That was about 3 years ago now, I think, or 4. Yeah.
Oh, don't do that to me. I don't need to feel any older than I do.
Oh man, I feel it already. Yeah, Nicky Lauda passed. Jeez, that was 2019 or 2020.
Oh, good grief. Anyway, Nicky Lauda, absolutely exemplary world champion.
Oh yeah.
Again, pushed the sport forwards. And like for the years that you are the world champion, you are the face of Formula One. And no offense to the Dutchies that are in the chat, please don't turn away. This is absolutely my opinion, not the opinion of ERA, and I come here as a humble driver with a really inflammatory opinion. I think that Max Verstappen has a face that his personality backs up. He isn't the kind of world champion who you can look to and you want to show your kids this is how a world champion acts. Does that make sense?
I would disagree for this one simple reason. The amount of hard work, dedication it takes to get there, that's what the message should be to the kids, not that, oh, it's great to be, doing other bits. Realistically, Formula One is the safest it's been. To evolve it now, it's very, very hard. To FIA is too much kind of push over it. So how Nicky Lauda and Prost and Senna and then Schumacher showing how to build a team around them and all that, it's been done. You can't replicate that. And now that there's so much more guidelines in place, the overall basis of what you're saying, I understand it, but I don't think it's applicable nowadays. What's applicable is you still need someone who's super fast, super ruthless, and will do anything to win, and that's what teams need. That's what Schumacher had. Like, Schumacher, by all means, had some of the most controversial championship wins we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hamilton as well, by the mind games with Mr. Rosberg, and then having, not being bad, Bottas is a great driver, but having someone in who was second fiddle.
Yeah.
Do you know, and I love Hamilton, don't get me wrong, he's a great driver, an amazing talent, and is definitely, I think, one of the greatest to ever do it. But, you have to look at it from a fair, honest opinion with all drivers. Senna was the same. Senna had Honda behind him. Prost was the most political person using FIA at the time, being French Ren. If you look at it through all history, you just need to be ruthless. To be a winner, you need to, like Alonso. Unfortunately for him, his ruthlessness actually probably stopped him from getting championships.
Totally agree. But again, I think that Alonso is a much better driver than Max is.
I think so Alonso, I would say, is a smarter driver, but out and out pace. You put Alonso and Verstappen in the same car, Verstappen kills him over a lap. Alonso literally uses 20% of his talent to drive, and 80% he's thinking out like what's happening around him and looking at it. He's very clinical, while Max is just out and out, wants to go fast. Reminds me an awful lot of Mick Hacknan, who just wanted to get into the car and drive that car to its limit. I love that. But I love all the dynamics of drivers, and I love that we have such a diverse amount of them. But for me, Max Verstappen is an absolute true and true champion, and is a role model to kids that want to work their asses off to get there. You mightn't like his personality, and that's absolutely fine. Like, there's other drivers, you know, not everyone's going to like everyone. Like, I'm a McLaren fan, true and true. I followed Hamilton, Button, all the guys, but I love Formula 1 on a wider set. But for me, Max Verstappen is as good as any other champion, in my opinion. I just think all champions are amazing because they're ruthless. They all have that extra drive in them, and they make a show of their teammates. Chris Vickers on a yellow flag, he's had a little off, but nothing too bad. No, nothing too bad at all.
It's still, I mean, this far into a race. Oh no, he's just overcooked it into the turn down the hill. Yeah, that's really easy mistake to make around the outer loop. Just carried a bit too much speed through the inner loop.
Yeah.
No, so yeah, as I say, the drivers, all of them, like even the ones that are quote unquote awful Formula 1 drivers now, they're so far above any of this, like your normal.
Do you remember
drivers.
Taki Inui and all those pay drivers back in the early 90s that were shy?
Oh, yes, exactly. Like if a Formula 1 driver has gotten into that club, whether they got there by paying their way or whether there is not enough money in the world to get yourself on the grid at a Formula 1 Grand Prix and not have some kind of talent. So we are talking about the top 0.01% of drivers at the very best case. And that's why, as I say, that's the reason why I think that it comes down to more of a personality contest, because if you put anyone in that Red Bull, they would win.
No, because look at Sergio showing how, like Sergio, I rate him as a very, very good driver, but he's not really utilising that car the way it should be. I honestly, I don't think the car is 80% of it. You still need a driver who's able to be consistently fast every single lap and push themselves. That's why Hamilton really pushed Rosberg to where he could go. For me, I don't think it's all the car. Like Lando Norris versus Ricardo. Ricardo's a great driver, but you know, he wasn't able to use the tool that was there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, sorry. A better example would actually have been the 2019 Mercedes. Like you put any of the Formula 1 drivers in the 2019 Mercedes before they took that notch out of the floor, and all of them anyone would win versus the other cars. It was always Lewis and Valtteri at the head of the field. That car was just dominant, and that's kind of the problem with F1. It's why there is a minority of people looking away from it as well, is because it was always about technology. Now it's not so much about technology, and it's more about how can you spend a certain amount of money as efficiently as possible, or how can you get away with not with spending more than the cost cap and pleading your case. It's
come here, every single team, and this I don't care if Toto Wolff would never say it either. Every car that's winning the way they win like that, Mercedes, Red Bull, you had McLaren back in the day with the dual pedal, they're always bending the rules. That's what it's about. That's the thing. They interpret it differently, and it's up to the FIA to prove it's legal or illegal. For me, it's not all about the driver, all about the car. It's about the actual driver being able to do it. And actually, Mike Ambernosa put in a great point on that. Albon and Gasly are a good indicator that it's not all the car, because Albon, in fairness, is out driving that Williams. Gasly definitely in the AlphaTauri. I think he's still getting used to the Alpine, but still he got ahead of Ocon in the qualifying this morning. Look, Yeah, it's one of these things, but I think even in 2019, I think you put Lance Stroll into that car, he's not winning every race. He's just not a good enough driver in terms of consistency and out pace and being able to handle pressure. It's still probably a lot to learn. No, but honestly, like, and you can put Tsunoda into that. He'll outdrive the car and crash it at some stages. So. Yeah, look, it's such a dynamic sport. For Formula 1, I think it's in a better place now than what I was 6-7 years ago because of the new regs and because it's still in the phase of people are finding new ways to make them faster. Like, for me, it's heartbreaking looking at McLaren as it is.
I totally agree. This year has been awful, and that's actually where my loyalties lies with McLaren. And I wish they could pull something out to get that car working. Because it's just, as you say, it's heartbreaking watching the descent into madness that they're going through at the moment. I've just opened Twitch chat as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just seen it there.
TV, they say 80% car, 20% driver. That's about a fair judgment, and that's what I would. Yeah, it's always a dangerous subject. As I say, and with regards to when I said about like he doesn't have the face for it. It's not his face; it's the attitude that he portrays. Like the kind of man who doesn't shake hands with the winner of the race because they felt as though they deserved the win and they had it stolen by an engine change or something like that. I can't remember the ins and outs of it. I stopped following Formula One properly in 2021, and at the end of 22 I just I don't care anymore.
Wow.
This racing is so much more interesting.
Look, I agree with you on that one. I'm just going to say thanks to Sim Curves. He's saying good work in the stream, so I think he's enjoying us talking about Formula 1. But honestly, Formula 1 is way better in the newer era now because look at Haas again. You've got Magnussen doing a stellar job as well last year, as well as coming into this year. Haas are still doing very good. Alfa Romeo, unfortunately, have gone backwards now. So for me, Formula 1 is one of the most dynamic and it's a massively changing roller coaster now in terms of pace. One year you could have a great car, the next year you get something wrong, and especially with the cost cap in now. And look, there will be cases people might end up, doing what Red Bull done, and they'll get fined because the time they lost in the wind tunnel is massive, and I will hold them back a little bit. And look, racing, even in GTs, remember actually even in rallying, Toyota back in the day with the Sleeka GT4, they made like a little coupler onto the turbo that would then under pressure open up and let more air in to give them more power. That's the joys of all this because you can really bend the rules and be ingenuitive and get those extra advantages. And it's the same with GT racing. I guarantee you there's some little slight thing somewhere, and it might be only small, but it'll make a massive
100%.
Make a massive difference. But I will just say one thing as well, if you don't mind, just watch your comparison there as well, saying that you find what the guys do in sim racing a lot more entertaining. I can genuinely say now, I enjoy a sim race as much, and if not sometimes better than real life, because the guys are at it tooth and nail, whether it's on ACC, whether it's iRacing, AMS or whatever, depending on the class of the car, there's always something. And like, I think sim racing needs to become a recognized sport as well, honestly, because it's phenomenal the dedication all these drivers and teams put in. Obviously, not just all, like even all the leagues as well, all the organizations like ERA and everyone in the background, Eleanor. There's so much professionalism really actually goes on in the background. It's not just a game where someone who's not into esports wouldn't realize that it actually is a lot more. There's teamwork, there's preparation, there's setups, there's learning, understanding the physics, everything that goes into it, and understanding then strategies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. No, it's the amount of work that goes into a race like this. You look at the tower on the left hand side and you go, oh, 18 cars, that's not very many. That's 36 drivers.
Yeah.
At least. That's assuming that no one's taken three drivers.
Yeah.
But like there are sim races going on that are including over 150 drivers on a weekly and monthly basis, all of whom are putting hours into practice, all of whom are trying their best. And then there's support. Some of these esports teams, especially in ACT and R Factor 2,
Yeah.
they have support teams around them.
Yeah.
They have there are sponsors paying money to these teams to run the icons on these virtual cars, because there is enough interest that it's worth them paying it out.
Well, 100%, and I hope it is recognised as sports soon, because you know, I do think there should be more funding gone into these organisations and teams, and even the likes of ERA. Not saying that, you know, there should be millions around put into it, but, you know, all these leagues like ERA, SSRI, LNR, you know, they have got a great following of drivers, and then there's great camaraderie with other communities. And even Raceface, I done comms for them with their 9.5 hours of Kyalami, and that was, I think, 45 teams with 3-4 drivers in each team.
Absolutely insane.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And that's live driver swaps. And, you know, drivers will be sitting there, some of them probably with them all race, might go off, get their dinner, come back and spend hours at it. Like with SSRI, I done like 11 hours comms for their charity 24-hour race. You know, and the work that goes into them in the background with the broadcasters and everything else. Luckily, I do the broadcasting and doing the comms with it at the one go. But, you know, there's other leagues that have broadcasters, then the comms, and so much stuff. If you've live stewarding, safety cars, like just so much in it.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, I heard a couple of references to ISTA there.
You know, that's ISA, or like that's what I really hope that I can talk to Mali and try and keep that community going, because I actually think it's a great community, and I think what they've done is I love the way they've done the league. Absolutely love it.
Mr. Wessel's absolutely pushing the extremities of what the track will allow.
I've seen that there as well, as he's pushing these 40 seconds pretty much off Vickers. It's a lot to catch up in the next hour.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not impossible. And again, as we've been saying throughout all of this, it only takes one corner for the entire shape of the race to change.
100%. Both of them are on identical pit strategies, 20 seconds in the difference.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the time difference that it was, and he's pulled out on that. De Goud is going to have to pit sooner, and then Christie is running on 52 minutes now. So Richard Christie will be in the pits in the next 10 minutes or so. So that'll be a splash and dash for them to the end. So that'll suit the McLaren as well, having the smaller fuel tank to do a splash and dash.
Absolutely spot on. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so. Actually, speaking of, LNR is actually an MSA approved sim racing organisation now.
Are they?
So Motorsports South Africa has been pushing for the esports thing, and I am actually an MS UK approved sim racer.
Oh really?
I actually have an esports license with MS UK.
That's mad.
So, yeah, it's slowly getting there. It's slowly getting there. The wider systems are actually like the wider systems are starting to appreciate what sim racing can bring, and the more that happens, the more that the sanctioning bodies listen. And I think that's the key part, and I think that's the part that no one is saying at the moment. Just listen to the people who are doing the driving, who are playing these games, who are putting in the time, and see what they can do to support.
Yeah.
Like MS UK, for example, could you imagine running ESA as an MS UK sanctioned event?
Yeah.
Like, how incredible would that be? Network television deals, things like that, they all come with that kind of authority behind you.
Yeah.
And we're getting there. We are getting there. It just takes time, and it requires all of us who are in this space to be pushing it as it deserves to be pushed. Even the Dutch gentleman in Twitch chat.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I will say as well, when it comes to esports, there's another 10-15 years, there's probably not going to be as many, like, you know, fully NA roaring engines anymore. esports is where you're always going to have that. You can always run V10s, V12s, hear that beautiful sound screaming going around circuits, you know, not worrying about environments. Do you know what I mean? So, like, you know, you can keep the nostalgia and amazing sounds, you know, the crazy looks of cars, but also you're doing better for the environment, not having it on track. But also, and approved in COVID, esports was one of the only voices most people had, because you weren't allowed out of your house. Definitely not weren't allowed to go racing, because it took ages for Formula 1 to even get that to go right. Fair play, they did.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
yeah, what was televised? People doing esports.
Yep.
And that was on a very flawed Formula 1 2020 game, don't forget.
Oh my god, let's not talk about that. We're not talking about the F1 games. I was actually part of a podcast that's going to be coming out next Thursday, speaking about
Timmer's after shopping the Porsche, sorry, just as we're talking.
Oh no!
To the bus stop.
What has happened? Oh no! Oh, did he keep out of the barrier? Oh, that's the slightest of brushes. He is going to get away with that, you know.
Wow, fair play to him. The engine cut out, he got it back on quick as well.
And the right decision as well. The absolute flawless decision to stick it in reverse, get off the racing line, get off the track, straighten the car up, job done. Excellent driving by Timmermans there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I tell you one thing, this is where the errors, no matter where you are on the grid, are starting to come in. It is now in the last nearly 50 minutes, 54 minutes of this race, and people are very aware it's coming into the kind of last round of pit stops now, although Zimmerman is only out on the track, so that must have been the fresh tyres.
I was going to say, is that Henninger behind? I can't quite see through the bit rate.
That is.
Yeah, it is, so that could be, this is a fight for position now.
The only thing is, Henninger is going to definitely have to pit his 35 minutes out on the still, yeah. So, like, he's going to have to do a splash and dash near the end. He could probably try to run the same tyres to the end.
Yeah. Yeah, but that fuel is not going to last him all the way to the end of that.
No. I can't see it happening. And now it looks like Sim Curves jumped into the Twitch chat now. He's one of the fellow guys from Netherlands.
Yeah, alright, I'll refrain from angering any more of them.
And by the way, we've just got an update. Fengler has a stop go to Tetley.
Oh no.
And looks like he's going in to do it now. So will that be Liam Smith then getting up into position?
Yep. That'll be Liam Smith being gifted a position by virtue of another driver.
Oh, I don't know though, because he's only going through the main or the back straight now. So that's a minute he still has to pull in.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah.
But it means there's a fight to the end.
Yep. No, absolutely. Are they both on the same strategy as well?
So Liam is on. No, his one's after being redone. But I'd assume they're on. Well, Liam is on nearly 30 minutes, so he will have to pit. But I'm sure Tetley will have to pit regardless as well.
Yeah. We are getting to the point now. Actually, yeah. Anybody who pits from now on is going to make it to the end, aren't they?
Yes. So looking at the stint timers here, definitely Christie's going to be in the next few minutes, as we know that McLaren does not have a big fuel tank. He's on 58 minutes now, 47 minutes for the go. Then basically the top three are all in between 44 to 47 minutes. 57 minutes Christie. Then it's fresh enough behind. Greening has 32 minutes. Then 5 minutes for Timmermans, 36 for Hennen. Then Van Vuren can go to the end. He's 8 minutes 15.
There we go. Yeah.
The Audi has a big enough tank, doesn't it? Yeah, it does.
He should have. Yeah. How many minutes have you been out?
8 minutes. He should be fine.
He's spot on. That's an hour. Yeah. You got an hour and 10, I think.
Torp will be in the next few minutes. He's 55 minutes in. Dr. Revo can definitely go to the end of that M6 or M4. He's 6 minutes out there.
Okay.
Boolean will probably have to pit. He's 29 minutes.
Yep. That's going to be. Yep.
Tetley won't. He's only 3 minutes out. But obviously that's because of recess, so he actually will have to pit. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have to pit.
So I think Buck and Warren are the only other two that won't have to pit. Everyone else will.
So that 61 car, 861.
Yeah.
I see. God damn it, YouTube. 861. The 861 car. That is going to. Hey, all right, Christian. That 861 car is going to gain some positions. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah. 100%.
Mr. Fengler, welcome back to the comp box.
Yeah, just finished my stint. Was comparably uneventful.
Yeah. I've come to expect that from you. But Mr. Tetley back out of the pit lane. after having served a drive-through, did I see?
Yeah, I did our last driver change and pit stop just a few minutes ago, and I was too greedy on entry. Shifted down too late, was full on the brakes, and tried in with some 60 kph over the line. I was like, okay, perhaps not, perhaps not. It was really on the brink, but an arrow is an arrow, so yeah, just straight served it. Was really hanging game, looking backwards to Liam, and he will have more pace, but to my knowledge, they still have to pit, so we'll see how that goes. I guess they're going to send Jack in if he's still on. That is going to be hard competition for Tetley. We only can play on time here to be as consistent on track as possible and see if we can make the P12 work.
Yeah, his main job now is to keep it on the tarmac. Even if he's taking corners 5% slower, get the car home without any errors.
Yeah, no errors, no more mistakes. Let's get the Lamborghini back in one piece, and he's got all of our backing as well, obviously.
Well, if Glen was in the car, I'd follow.
First off, we never thought we could be that up so high in the rankings in that competitive field. Second off, we are the highest ranking Lambo.
Well, that's something to have.
and the last one as well, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
But quick question.
Yeah.
Am I right in understanding then that you are to the end now?
We are to the end now, yes.
Okay. Well, then you should be fine, because Liam was about 26 seconds off his, and obviously still has to pit. So that is not looking too bad for you, really, Christian. So you're probably doing a bit of a brag, saying, look, I'll even get a drive-through and still finish ahead of you, lads.
It will depend, really. I wouldn't call it a driving error or anything. Can just mix it up so quickly. On top comes that the Lambo really struggles in the last, let's say, 20 minutes.
Right.
You can really feel that the temperature and the wear kicks in.
Well,
so it's no safe call that we'll get home in P12, but if we do, are we sure going to celebrate tonight?
Of course. You have to celebrate. Christian, will we get to see you doing a shot then as well?
I was going to say, shots for finishing ahead of where you thought you were going to be.
Yes, and I still owe Horsebox one because he beat me in a race.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. I actually forgot all about that.
You know what? I promise you one thing. If we finish P12, I'll come into the comment booth right tonight, turn on my camera, and do the shots.
I'll live stream that baby, not a bother.
Yes. Perfect. Beautiful. I see nothing wrong with this. This is ace.
Get your strongest alcohol.
What could be wrong?
That's what I love to hear, Christian. That is what I love. I forgot all about that. And Christian, I think I'm racing in silver now tomorrow, so I'm definitely going to do side bets with you all season.
I'm so worried to have both of you in my class.
Don't be like, I don't know what it's going to be like. This could be possibly my drop round. The Lambo is really hard to drive in the wet.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't extract any more than a 57 as on a race pace. Like,
I don't know if that's good or bad.
It's really, it's 10 seconds slower than what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
But it's on the practice server where you don't have a dry line. It's going to drop probably by around 2 to 3 seconds. It's going to be enough to race perhaps rear of the mid pack or rear. Don't know. As long as I have someone to race, it's going to be fine.
You'd be racing me because I've never drove that track in the wet at all, and I've not been on my PC at all this week, so this will be fun.
So what you're saying is try and be on the opposite side of you at the start of the race then.
There's no trying here. You want to
getting Barcelona flashbacks to you.
I can guarantee you'd be going ahead of me.
I gotta tell you what, I spent 1.5 hours this week practicing with AI a full wet start.
Wow.
And yeah, because I feel that pace is one thing. I lost too much to such incidents, and I just wanted to improve my driving in the wet, and then find something on LFM that would suit me at the moment. So I just had to produce it myself. I really hope it pays off. I can only say, holy shit, it's really, really scary to start. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, in the wet it's always scary, especially with the spray that comes up as well, and especially if you're mid-pack. It's you just have to be so cautious.
You just have this grey wall in front of you with a view distance perhaps of 10 meters.
Yeah.
So you hotly see what the front runners are doing, and it's scary as fuck.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm also terrified for tomorrow.
That catches my mood quite well.
Yeah.
Vickers in the pits, guys.
We have the old Vickers in the pits. This is going to be for the last time. 45 minutes to go, so that is cutting it between the two, an hour stint and getting those fresh tyres. Not really pressured, are they?
It's only Westels they're looking at there, really, but Westels is so far back. I don't think it's going to make any difference. No. Yeah, I think they're all right, because Mike's going to ring that one to the end. And good news for you, Liam still hasn't pitted yet, just to give you a bit of an update as well, Christian. So Liam is 37.49 into the stint. Hasn't really made much of an impression on Tetley, so I think you can kind of relax a little bit, because obviously with that pit stop as well, that's going to bring it out to about 1.5 minutes.
It's going to still keep me on my toes till the very end.
That's why you can never relax until the checker flag comes out.
Yeah, no, it's... Oh, as I said, no, it's a driving error, but no contact with the wall.
Oh no, I think you'll do very well. I'm delighted for you though, Christian, because you know, even at the start you were kind of saying, 13, 14, but there you are, 12th position, even with a drive-through, and done a phenomenal job. That the main thing is that he's had clean stints, and that's really what's paid a dividend.
Question. What's the gap between Boolean and Tetley?
So Boolean and Tetley's 50 seconds.
You could be on for 11th come the end of the race.
They do have to pit. The only thing is, if it's Sean that's back in the car, that could be tough.
Yeah, then that's fair.
I'm looking at the time, I'm looking at the tyre pressure stock and live read, and I can tell you we are happy to go 12th.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that.
Okay. I'll head off now, just to go for Tetley a bit again, and
no problem.
See you hopefully in the comment booth after the race.
I'm looking forward to pulling that camera in to see these shots. That's going to be good. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and that is Christian. If anyone doesn't know, he's the owner of ERA, and he's done a great job with the guys and the admin team and all the staff, and to bring it to where it is today. From I think it was last October, November, and we all worked our asses off over that time, especially Nathan, Liam, Skylar, Chris Tedder was in there for a bit, and myself. Obviously I still am just managing the comm side of it. I didn't feel I was needed too much in the admin side, so that's why I jumped out with that. But the guys are doing phenomenal, and obviously, you know, I think it's one of the great teams, and that's why I love when I see other good leagues, the likes of ISDA, Eleanor, SSRI, Raceface. You know, the list could go on and on with these guys. It's great to see great organisations like this really showing just how good esports is and how close-knit communities are. What I found with Formula 1 communities, they all wanted to have all the drivers in their league, and there was always people trying to poach drivers and stuff like that. While in PC with ACC and other things, everyone wants to help everybody out. There's none of this, I want my league to be better than yours, right? And everyone helps each other out, and I absolutely love and commend it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it is one of those things that have been so good to join in with as part of getting involved with the commentary and things like that. Is being able to, like, simple things like being able to cross post between discords. Like, I commentate for one league and another league has a massive event going on, and there's a possibility for things to mature and really good races to come out of it. And you ask, and the answer is, yeah, sure, no, that's cool, that's absolutely fine. Maybe some of those drivers will come back to us.
Yeah,
it's just brilliant.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That's what I'm always up for, and especially helping out other leagues and that. Obviously, I've done a good bit of paid work, but I've actually turned down a lot of work of late because, as I say, pushing it down. But any ACC communities, I do my best to help where I can, because it's good to get all the communities touching base with each other and working together. It's all about, and I think that's the biggest thing as well. If you have all the different communities working together, if it ever does become a more professional kind of a thing and there's more backing in it, isn't it great to have that there's different communities, i.e. different teams, all working closely together?
Yeah, as the saying goes, a rising tide lifts all boats. And at this point in time, again, like we were saying earlier, the problem is that esports is underrepresented, and people think esports is Gran Turismo and the Formula 1 games. It's not.
No.
This is esports. This is proper esports, proper sim racing with many, many thousands of pounds being laid down and driven around Watkins Glen.
Yes.
It's not real Watkins Glen, but if Watkins Glen ever closes, this will still exist.
That's why I love all the classic the tracks as well. You're dead right with
Absolutely spot on.
We need to get you as the representative.
I don't mind. I don't mind representing esports in the UK. That's fine by me. No, so one of the things you're gonna love this. One of the LNR boys was on iRacing the other evening doing a multi-class race.
Okay.
Can't remember what the fastest class was, but it was GT86, GR86s.
Oh wow.
And Renault Clios at the back. 4 classes.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Around Old Monza.
Oh yes.
With the oval.
Oh, that's one of my favourite tracks. If we get onto AMS2 ever, we're doing it.
No turn 1 chicane.
Yeah.
And you didn't brake for the second chicane. You just cut across the infield. Like you touched the inside curb of the left-hander. Ignore the right-hander. Go across the inside line.
Yeah.
The only thing that remained of the original. The only thing that remains of the new Monza circuit is the. It's not Variante Alta. Nope, that's the. The one after the Lesmos.
But it's a bit different in the old one compared to the new. Oh, what's the name of it?
Ascari.
Has gone. That's it, Ascari.
That's the one. So obviously, Ascari in the original layout was just a long sweeping left-hander. A little bit much. Hopefully, you don't get the disconnects.
It's disconnected there. It'll just take me 1 second. I don't know why that's doing that. It must be the hamster in Kildare tonight.
That sounds about right.
Very unusual. Well, this is honestly the first time that's ever happened where it's just randomly disconnected like that.
I don't know. It's because you're streaming to Discord as well.
No, that hasn't any effect in it now. Thankfully, even the multi-stream and all that's perfect.
Oh, cool. All right. Oh, that's right then. Ignore everything I'm saying then. So no, yeah. As I say, like it's been a bumper year, and I said that we said that because the sim racing production that I work for / with, so they do sim racing statistics every week. And while the numbers have come down from the heady heights of 2020, 2021, when we were in the middle of a COVID pandemic in the Western world especially, the numbers are still way above where it used to be before COVID. So a lot of the people who have taken up this hobby, let's be very, very realistic, because at this stage it is club racing, it is hobby racing.
Oh yeah.
People are sticking around. People are still playing AMS2. People are still playing BeamNG. Assetto Corsa is getting over 10,000 users a month on Assetto Corsa. Individual users.
Yeah.
And like even the lesser known ones like R Factor 2, they're still in the hundreds of players in a month. So the Sims it's not dying in the slightest. It's not going away. this is here to stay, and everyone needs to accept that.
Oh, 100%. And sure, look, you've stated it as well. To get a proper sim rig to what these guys do, it's thousands. It's like, simply put, it is thousands. So it's not a cheap thing to get into, but once you're into it, you're into it. And it's a, I should say, a hobby slash competitiveness from love, because you love motorsport. And that's the one thing everyone here, no matter where we're from, because in this racing, it's a global event. There's people from everywhere racing. And the simple fact is, we're all here because we love motorsport. We're all crazy. And, you know, we end up getting good friendships out of it as well, and keep in touch with people that you might have never met before. And that's why ERA have to meet up in Silverstone next month.
Yeah, I need to see if I can find tickets for that and find some time to come down, because being able to beat everybody up in person would be, I mean, meet everybody in person.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I think, unfortunately, I won't be able to go because I'm actually going to be going to France now.
You're kidding.
But, well, it's for good news. My brother is after getting his wife pregnant, so I'm going over to help them build like a what's it called, a nursery and stuff like that, and get it all set for that. So to be fair, I'm actually spending the time doing a good thing, but I will obviously I'll still go to England anyway throughout the year and meet up with you anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
You know.
I'll bring tea.
Oh, plenty of tea. Plenty of tea. But no, I'll definitely go over.
Apparently Monster, if we can get this sponsorship underway.
Well, mate, if you can't find the monsters I'm talking about, I'll bring them in the car. I'll gift wrap them, whatever, bubble wrap them. Precious things there. But look at this, Mr. Christie, 0.8 of a second off Zimmerman, or Timmerman. I keep calling him Zimmerman for some reason. So this is a real race.
Yep. And they're coming up to the Porsche's weakest point of the track. The McLaren will have plenty of speed by the time they come out the S's here. This could be one and done. You could see the overspeed already gone to the outside.
100%. And fresh tyres.
And getting the aero effect of the McLaren in front.
Oh, look at that.
Beautiful. Almost carrying too much speed. You can see there was a brief minute of panic from inside the booth there.
That was unreal.
Yeah, that was. I don't think that Pennzoil McLaren was retarding its speed quite as much as Christie hoped it was at that point.
No, I think there was a bit of poo coming out of him, hoping that nothing would happen.
Absolutely.
We seen what happened poor Paul Venture at that corner earlier on in the night out of nowhere. So them things can happen. So look, I'm glad he got through that. Now the good is far enough ahead, I think. I don't think it's going to be too much of a worry there. Looking back though, Liam Smith's only 9 seconds off Nathan Warren now. That's amazing stuff. Tetley though, obviously after that pit, Liam is now a minute behind. So actually not as far as I thought he would be off Tetley. So, do you know something? Half an hour. That could be.
It's not gonna happen. It would have to be 2 seconds a lap. I don't
Look what Glen done though. He done 2 minutes and 30 seconds within an hour. So
Yeah.
it is plausible.
Plausible, yes. I don't think that's going to happen against Tetley though. It's even on a bad day, Tetley's a really, really handy.
Oh, he's an amazing driver, and especially in that Porsche that he drives normally as well. Top bloke. But no, but I just love the dynamics. You just don't know. Oh, Tetley's after going to yellow flag. He's after dropping it.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh, he's only got the engine back on now. Right, let's see what happened to him.
There.
So himself and
No,
Robson.
it was contact.
Oh,
It was contact.
Contact with Robson.
Oh no.
Robson was lapping him. He didn't
After all the
lose
praise-
too much time.
After all the praise that I heaped on him.
But luckily for him, minimal damage, minimal time loss, really, about 10 seconds in total.
100%, yeah. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if we get Christian coming in just a second. Why did you commentate to curse him?
Christian panicking. I'm going to have to do 50 shots now. Oh, Boolean's after dropping it. Oh no, he's gone into pits. I just seen the yellow flag. So that's Boolean. Now, Tetley should come out ahead of Boolean. But
That's what I thought. I think that's the fight for 11th.
it depends on who gets in the car.
Yeah.
And that's no offense to anybody, I think, because Tetley is, as you say, he does have pace, and most of the time he is consistent as well. So for me, this is going to be Oh, so interesting, massively.
Exactly.
Oh, he's quite a bit of time off. We're coming towards him. Like, it's gonna be tight, I think.
Oh, it is going to be. Yeah, it's going to be close.
Although Tetley's losing time letting Amber knows the boy. So I reckon Boolean could come out ahead.
I think he'll come out ahead. It depends. It depends who's in the car. As you said, can't remember who's actually in that car with him. I think it was. Was it Skitty? I think it was Skitty, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Sean, yeah.
Yeah, Skitty's back in the car.
Yeah, Skitty's back in the car.
Yeah, he is. Oh, no. Well, that's... The next question is...
Nah, Tetley's way too far back.
Is Dr. Evil safe? He's... I'd say... Is that...
He's a minute and 30 seconds behind, or in front.
Yeah.
So even with a pit stop, he's 30 seconds on him.
Yeah, so that is... I know Skitty was the man who put that BMW on pole, and the track conditions have only gotten better, and that car will only have gotten faster.
Yeah, so
see what they can do.
Oh, this story is not over.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination.
And Liam is still fighting Warren as well, so that's only 9.5 seconds, and it's going down. Sean Buck is only 36 seconds off them.
Oh, the grease! So if they get in together fighting, that's the thing. We were talking about having to be ferocious and.
Dr. Evil's after dropping it.
No!
Oh, look at how shiny that livery is! What the hell?
That is ridiculous.
Let's go back, see what happened.
Have you got some of the after effects on?
Must do. That's mental looking.
Oh, no. Off the wall. Oh my god.
That's crazy looking.
I missed Dr. Evil. You need to place all of your lottery tickets this week.
Yes.
My goodness.
Unbelievable.
About 10-15 seconds.
Easy. It's very easy. Well, let's go back and have a look. So yeah, he's lost 10 seconds.
Yeah. But that's 10 seconds that they didn't have before, and Skitty's in the car.
Yeah.
BMW is going to be flying. That is 10 seconds he could not afford to lose.
No.
I think it's
No.
fair to say.
Interesting. And the good as well is only 5 and a bit seconds off Brinkman in second. Now they are both running for the DET team, so I don't know.
They will at least be friendly to each other.
Yeah, and Timmermans, I'm sure, would like to try and get back up to Christie, but he's 2 seconds off now because that's another DET car. So DET have 3 cars in top 5 as well today, so that's a massive showing from them.
Yeah, absolutely showing the spirit of endurance as well. Getting all the way to the end of this race, absolutely brilliant driving.
And I wanted to say to Chris Vickers as well, I told you so, because I was in the chat with them before I went live, and I told them they'd win the race today. I said I mightn't have thought to be the fastest in one lap, but I just knew how consistent him in my car. So hopefully they get it back.
Yeah, and that's the thing is consistency wins these races. It's the thing that has handed them the victory here. It's the thing that has arguably taken a full podium wipe from LNR.
Yeah,
is consistency. Like consistency of internet. You can make your arguments about that, but some of the driving, there have been mistakes made.
Yeah, it's a mix. I think it's 50-50 mistakes, and then just unfortunately the connection in SA. That's all.
So what you're saying is they need to move closer.
Ideally, they could all move to Ireland, not a bother.
So what we'll do is we'll pull all of our funds together, all of our spare money that we have.
Yeah.
We'll buy an estate, call it the logistical nightmare estate, and move them all there.
Yeah, and then whenever I need them to race an endurance for me and pretender me, they can do it. I'd be like, yeah, lads, I'm after getting really fast overnight.
Get really quick. Don't just ignore the fact that I'm not on camera.
Yeah.
I am still driving. Don't worry.
It's 100% me.
Yeah, on controller as well. I haven't even got my rig yet.
I literally done a setup there. I pulled it from my arse. I done 30 seconds of a warm up. I'm ready.
I'm ready for this.
Not a bother. And the best lap is still held by I think it's Chris Vickers though, the 145.310. No one has improved on that.
But again, this is the thing. Abrinosa doesn't have to do the fastest lap. He doesn't have to. He doesn't even have to be the fastest car on the track. What he needs to do is keep it in a straight line, keep it consistent. All he needs to do, and he's doing it.
Yeah.
That 333 car has not put a foot wrong all day.
Just so you know, Nathan Warren's after pulling 8 seconds off Tetley and is now 31 seconds off him.
Good grief.
So things aren't over as of yet.
I didn't think they would be over, but I thought they would like slow down at some point.
No, Tetley is still losing time to Nathan Warren. As I say that, since I've said that, he's now 30 seconds. He's pulled a second in.
I say, isn't Smith 10 seconds off as well?
Yeah.
And how's that gap closing?
So Smith's actually staying consistently at 10.5 seconds. So Smith is matching the pace of Warren, but Warren now is, as we say that, nearly going into the 29-second mark now off. So Warren per lap, it looks like about 3 seconds a lap faster, but it looks of it.
Good grief. That is...
At least 2 seconds anyway.
Yeah. At that point, then maybe there is a bit of a fight left. Oh, it's going to be close though.
That's going to be super close.
15 seconds lap at 1 minute, 3 seconds a lap at 1 minute 40, 50-ish.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's going to be a very, very close finish. Tetley might have about 2 or 3 laps of defending like his life depends on it. Again, the stagger unwinds.
Definitely, I think if I was Robson here, I'd be letting Sean boy, so Sean can try and catch the car ahead.
100%.
I know Robson's only 1.7 seconds off Janssen, but I can't see Van Buren really kind of getting out of the way for Robson. He's been lapping faster. So it might be just better for Eleanor just to use it, thinking, right, get Sean up, let him free.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is Skiddy's great though. I've raced with him, and he's so chill.
Yeah.
When it comes to passing other LNR cars, gives you so much space as well, which is the most surprising thing. You don't expect the amount of space that he gives.
Yeah, I know. Look, the guys over there. Sean is a phenomenal driver. He's massively impressive. A lot of the Ireland guys are, to be fair. And a great showing from Robson. Janssen, a great recovery as well. Because that car tried killing him twice with that over snap oversteer. So look, all in all, look, it's been tough for Eleanor tonight, but still 2 cars in the top 8, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the rest of them are still running. That's the main thing. I
Yeah,
think we
Sean's in
only lost-
11th.
Yeah, there's only the it was
Paul.
only Paul that we lost. And I mean, let's be perfectly... Oh, that was a touch on the wall.
It was.
That net code.
I'd say it was netcode.
Yeah, I think that might have been netcode. Because we've had that a few times where that pink Audi has looked like it's hit the wall and it's still going. So.
Well, the Robson now is less than a second off, so maybe he did touch the wall. Interesting. Because the car does look a little bit unstable with ping, possibly.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue that we've got here at the moment is what is until we get stable fiber around the world, we're always going to have all kinds of difficulties around ping and where the car actually is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but we'll work with it. We'll work with
Absolutely.
it. I'm sure.
They've done brilliantly through all the other series, and obviously in the winter series just gone, last race was super unlucky for them in Spa. They could have won the championship. So look, everyone gets their good and bad luck, and hopefully this is the last of the bad luck for Eleanor for this championship.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it's what we all want, really. It's because I think it's fair to say that no one really wants to see we want to have an honest competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like we want. I don't know about yourself. I want to. If I'm racing someone, I want to fight them at their best.
Yeah,
I don't
100%.
I don't want to have them have I don't want to make positions because someone's had a bad race and they can't, like, they've got a lot of damage on their car or something like that. That's not racing to me. Racing is...
Well, that's part of racing, but what I wouldn't want for me is to get a win when you know it's ping or a disconnect. That for me, I think, is harder. If someone gets damaged, that's just down. That's part of driving. That could be concentration or several things. But if it's something like a disconnect or something silly like that, that would be so annoying because you're kind of thinking, well, yes, it's great we got the win, but you know, would it have been a win?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that is absolutely the main thing is technical issues abound. And
Yeah,
a win is a
100%.
win, but you don't get the satisfaction. That's the thing. Is
Yeah.
you don't get the satisfaction of the win. It's like, yeah, okay, great, we've got points, but we didn't deserve it.
True. I just want to say hello to Stacey Ellis. He's after saying good evening there.
Ah, right.
Good to see you, Stacey. Yeah. You're right though, you know, it's nice when you have to fight for the win. Like for me as a commentator, and I'm sure the same, I love when there's a fight the whole way throughout a race and they earn that win. By the end they're sweating buckets.
Yeah, and they're the most satisfying races as well. When you come in, when you go into a post race interview room, and you can feel the sweat dripping off you from how hard you've been working. Obviously, I drive with a G29, so I don't know that feeling. But like some of these drivers who like the first breath they've taken in the past like 30 seconds is the one they turn around to say hello to you in the comm box. That you can't replace that feeling, and it's infectious as well. When someone's to win, especially if they've overcome adversity as well, it's an infectious feeling, and you can't help but get that satisfaction vicariously off.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking forward to about getting my wheel when it does get delivered, is to understand that side of it as well, how physically tough it is, especially like having the DD running and just, you know, that side of it as well, because it's easy to understand the car. Like I can get into any car, even though I'm on controller, and I'll understand the characteristics of it and understand why they're doing what they're doing. But it's a lot of a different story when you see that other part of the story, when you're having to drive. If you're doing a double stint and you have 2 hours of flat out the steering trying to grab you, and you're keeping an eye on it and brake, everything like that, and adjusting the traction and brake boys as the corners go, because I'm a devil for doing that. So it's understanding all of that. So how more mentally tired you'd be, and physically.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly it. Is it's all about the physical tiredness, and again, that's what makes this real.
Yeah.
I am a avid watcher of Radio Show Limited, who is John Hindhoff. If you've never heard of them, they do all the IMSA commentary.
Okay.
And absolutely need to look into them. They are the best commentators by far.
Wow.
But what they actually commentate the iRacing NLS around the Nürburgring.
Okay.
And once a year, they boot their PCs up and they jump into iRacing and they commentate these events on live radio. Right.
Wow.
And the thing that they say, and it's the thing that you cannot ignore or deny, the cars may not be real, but every inch of the racing is.
Of course, it is a real race. Like at the end of the day, you're not doing it to pretend you're a racer. You are racing. It is competition. There is a win. There is that gratification of winning. There's a gratification even if you don't win to get a good clean race or a recovery drive. There's so much in it. I just want to say hello there to, looks like Youngin, who was in the 911. Loving the coverage, guys. Had a blast in 911 with my double stint. Wow.
And John, you were a demon.
Oh,
what
yeah.
on earth did you have for breakfast? And can you do you have an affiliate code? Because I need some.
Absolutely. Like, honestly, those laps you were putting in lap after lap, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And we were in awe of it, so you can watch it back and understand we genuinely were loving
Bacon and
it.
eggs. Good man. Man has taste.
I had
I bet
bacon,
your
eggs,
bacon
and
eggs
one.
are fresher and healthier than they are in the UK and Ireland, though.
I don't want to say that about Ireland. No.
Uh-huh.
They come straight with a hen's arse.
Oh yeah, no, same.
What he had there, that's what I was going to say. What he had was an enhanced hen egg. I hope you bring it in for drug testing.
Yeah.
That was honestly a phenomenal stint there, and I'm very impressed with the DET team, because you look at that there, second, third, fifth, and what has been a tough one, and it's that Janssen in the pits. Oh no, Janssen's after losing it. Eleanor. Oh my God, what happened to him? Oh, it looks like
Wait, what?
a disconnect.
That's a disconnect, surely. Yeah.
Oh my God.
No way.
Less than 15 minutes ago. He's back on. Oh, he's drove into the wall. Has it disconnected the steering wheel, probably?
That could be. Nope.
He's back on, he's back on.
What was that about?
It's like it disconnected the steering wheel. So Hazard, though, still 33 seconds off. So luckily enough, it was only one position he lost.
Oh my word.
No, Hazard, I think, has got ahead of him, has he? Oh, he has. Hazard got ahead of him, sorry.
Yeah.
Still 2 places. That's definitely damage limitation. Oh yeah. By the way, Nathan Moran 11 seconds off Tetley. Oh, that's going to be nail biting.
11 seconds.
Wow.
I don't think he's going to do it.
Wheel disconnect it was, KLM just said there.
No! Thank you for that, Kalen.
Yeah, and honestly, I was putting in quality laps at the 2 hours after we got murdered at the beginning. Yeah, DT is grown, and we have a group of phenomenal guys who are extremely dedicated. Well, don't be afraid to get involved and get yourselves known in all of our communities, because we work together as well. So, you know yourself, DT, have a chat with us or Christian Fengler in ERA. And it's always good then to get involved with the guys in Eleanor as well. They're a massively active league. And look, even for ISDA, I'd still tell everyone to try and join in for the last season with them. Hopefully it's not the last, but if it is, it is. Look, there's loads of racing there for everyone. And then DET can be an offer for all the drivers as well.
Yeah.
You know?
So the calendar for the last season of ISDA. Let me just have a quick look. Zolder, Bathurst, Kailami.
Oh, nice.
Monza.
Oh, yes.
Brands Hatch at night in the rain.
Oh, yeah.
And Frozen Spa.
That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear.
Right? Come on, man. That's how you do it. That's how you. That's how you go.
Well, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night. I can't believe that I'll be in the same split as you. You'll be faster than me, but it'll be some crack.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm really worried about some of the AM guys overlapping with the pace of the silver guys. That's going to be. Listen, if anyone's watching that's going to be driving in the sprints tomorrow, if you're in split 2, just go easy.
Well, I'm in silver. I won't be going easy. I'm going to still race. But obviously, I'll give room.
One, man. I mean, like the first couple of laps. Let's get through the first couple of laps cleanly. Because we had so many incidents last season.
What is it that you do when you're sending something into the post, licking the stamp and sending it? That's me.
That's it. Lick the stamp and send it.
Do you know
But the problem is, if you lick the stamp and send it into a post box that's not there, your letter's not going anywhere.
Nah, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add a certain sticker to my car going, doing this for Stacey. Stacey Ellis could be my #1 supporter then.
Actually, is Stacey racing this season?
I don't think he is this season. Hopefully he can come back into it. I'm sure Stacey can let us know, but I'm pretty sure he isn't racing this season. But I would love to see him back in there, and especially now that I'm in the same race as him, I can annoy him.
Come on, man. What are you done with racing for? Why are you going to be like that?
Nah. Well, he's big into the Football Manager.
Oh, is he?
Oh, he's huge into that, yeah.
He's into staring at men kicking balls around a field, is he?
I'm not judging.
Oh, I am.
I love rugby. I love rugby, though.
No, but you see, that is an actual non-sport.
Oh, yeah.
You can't deny that rugby is a manly sport. Football's just the opposite.
Football was, though. I remember football in the 90s. It was. Nah, back in the day with Cantona, Keane, you know, when men were men playing it.
Right, that's chill. That's no problem at all, Stacey. You're more than welcome to take some time out. That's fair.
Yeah.
I am so sorry for. It was the phrasing that you used. I'm done with racing. I was just like, no, please don't be done with racing.
I know what he's talking about. He filled me in. So look, hopefully you are doing better, brother. Yeah. And look, obviously I want to see you back in it, but I'm still going to take the piss out of you regardless, Stacey. It doesn't stop me taking the piss out of you. You're still a bollocks, but I love you.
All right, it'll stop me from taking the piss out of you.
It definitely won't stop me. But
I'm nice, you see. I was brought up right.
Well, see, when I like somebody, I'll take the piss out of them. And look at that. Stacey just told me he loved me. He called me a fat Irish cunt.
Yeah.
So, Stacey, go and touch a few kids and come back in a while. So Young was saying, yeah, man, Vinnie Jones is around. Exactly. You understand what I mean.
Oh, I totally agree. Absolutely agree. That yes, that era of football was absolutely ace.
It was great.
If you want to watch proper man's football now, you need to watch women's football.
Yeah,
they are vicious.
Yeah.
You ever find yourself a woman who plays football? Don't get on the wrong side of her because she will make you bleed.
Yeah. Well, the women rugby are like that as well.
Oh yeah.
But,
you expect that. You don't expect that from football players.
That's quite true as well. And he's dead right. The problem with F1 is money rules too much. I agree with that. Like, for me, while it has always been the case from day one, it started out as a gentleman's thing with money, and then for drivers that they paid to get in sports, Schumacher had to do it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But for me, what it is that an awful lot of talent doesn't get through that deserves to be there because of that financial aspect, which for me is very, very sad. But IndyCar benefits from that because IndyCar gets some top talents, you know, though sports car racing absolutely as well. So you remember back in the 90s with the British touring cars and the supercar period, they had 4 or 5 Formula 1 drivers in it as well.
Be still my beating heart.
Man,
that Nissan Primera gave me feelings that I didn't know I could feel.
For me, back then it was actually the Accord, but also the Volvo S40. That 5-cylinder was just a thing.
What a noise as well.
Oh my god, it was phenomenal. And then the Alfa Romeo, the V6155.
Yep. That was just the whole time period. Like, Formula 1 was great. Touring cars.
What was emissions?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Road cars were great. But the Honda NSX started in the 90s.
And the Laguna as well. That was actually built by Williams.
Oh yeah. That was totally a Renault. Yeah, definitely a Renault, guys. Definitely doesn't have the Renault headlights.
Oh yeah, that was unreal. 100%. Never millions put into that car. Young and say bring back V12s and manual gearboxes. I'd love to see manuals back because that's a completely different skill set that seems to be lost in Formula 1 nowadays.
Yep. I wouldn't mind. I would stick with sequentials. I think, but I'm weird, right? I'm really strange when it comes to this. I think that Formula 1 cars have too much power.
No, if you go back to the 80s, 13, 14, 1500 horsepower.
Yeah.
Give the power back. I want to see 2000 horsepower manual gearbox, clutch, no ABS.
Yeah, okay.
Let them guys give that a go.
yeah, fair enough. No, I'm kind of in that, especially with the suspension that you can do now.
If I was you, look back at the racing in the mad BMW turbo. I think it was like 1985. Them cars were drifting. No, this is in Formula 1. They were drifting down the straights, trying to get the power down. It was phenomenal. phenomenal to watch. And Stacey just gave me an update, so he's not touching kids anymore. He works in an airport now, so he gets to touch all kind of folks and sniffs their undies.
There's so many inappropriate comments that I could say that I'm not going to say on a live.
Oh yeah, but on my channel you can say what you want. It's grand.
No. Because Stacey's American, isn't he?
Well, Stacey's Irish.
No?
Oh no, he's English.
Irish.
Sorry, it's English.
I don't think I've spoken to him properly. God damn, I'm so sorry, Stacey.
Youngins, after saying something which I'd be close enough to agree with. He said, for me, the last proper F1 car was the 91 McLaren MP4-6. Watching Evan grabbing it by the scruff. I still reckon 93, 94 had some amazing cars. You look at the McLarens then, especially 93 Donington. How can you ever forget that? That was a phenomenal race. And I think, was it Michael Andretti was in that race, and unfortunately that McLaren I think had a mechanical failure, because even Michael Andretti, who wasn't the greatest driver in the world, had done great things in that McLaren as well in that race. Rubens Barrichello did a great race in that one as well. I think Rubens Barrichello was sitting in second in the Jordan until a mechanical failure as well.
Yep. McLaren had too much electronic systems. Right, I'm gonna put my line in the sand, and I realise that this is going to go against most wisdom. I think that the peak of development, as far as Formula One was concerned, or Formula One regulations, let's say, were concerned, was when Alonso was winning. That Renault that was like the thin boy regs.
You were talking about the 06 one where they had the little balancing dampener as well, so he could literally take the steering and throw the steering at you.
That's it. I think that was the peak. What we should have done is got to those regulations and just gone, no, just refine this to the nth degree, and like that's it. We're just sticking with this now.
I would have said that about 2003, 2004 before that. Those cars with those V10s revving at 20,000 RPM before they limited to 18,000 and then remember going to V8s.
Yeah, absolutely.
That BMW engine from the 2003 Williams was just ridiculous.
Oh no, don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely with you. But I mean, as far as like the whole package, like if you could go back to a period of time and say, right, we're going to stop the development here, and you now have however long. So if you stop the regulations in '94 and they took all of the when they took all of the electronics out, right, if they'd have kept the regulations exactly the same from then until now, what cars would we have? And I think that if we had done that in 2008, we would have genuinely exciting Formula One cars that would be so close to each other in performance.
I think the 90s was a great period, but 80s as well. Did you ever look at some of the designs from the 80s, like the early 80s Brabhams and stuff like that? Were those crazy cars?
Absolutely. Oh no! That was absolutely bonkers. I'm absolutely in awe of those periods of time. But as far as sustainability is concerned, as far as racing is concerned, as far as like the whole package, right?
Definitely between 2003 2006, because much smaller cars, much lighter, and powerful. I think they were like 900 horsepower NAs, 900 to maybe 950 brake. Phenomenal.
Any kind of 18,000 RPM. It doesn't matter if it's a V8 or a V12 at that point. It's going to sound good.
Oh no, them V10s though.
Oh no, 100%. No. Again, it's again. We're talking about the top 0.01% of the pinnacle here.
On the final lap, yeah. But what I'd say for that though, the 90s for me was the best because you had a mix of V8s, V10s, V12s, massively different designs, pushing the boundaries. Never mind the electronics side, with the likes of having shitty teams like SimTech being able to get involved. There was 24 cars on the grid. There was 30 teams trying to get those 24 spots. For me, that was amazing because F1 was so healthy that way. I'd love to see there's still to be 30 teams where they have to do the pre-qualifying, because at least at that stage then you're going to see so much more action and an extra 4 drivers race, which is, you can never say no.
Matthew Gamble trying to remind us that it's the final lap. Yes,
Well, yeah, no, we're on the final lap, don't worry.
One final point for Stacey, as he's ill in some way, shape or form. We'll give him the final point on this, which I don't disagree with him. You can't beat Mini Coopers, Mark II Escorts, and Audi Quattros. I totally agree. We don't need this Formula One. What we need is like road cars with roll cages in.
We need every kind of sport. We need all the motors racing.
Yeah, we do. All of them should be racing.
And we're into the final sector now. Exactly. Mr. Mike Ambernosa, Chris Vickers, phenomenal 26 and a bit seconds still clear of Brinkman in second. DET though locking out the last 2 positions on that podium. But you know, Mike Ambernosa, Chris Vickers, they done solid all last season and were so close to winning the championship, and are in much better shape this season as they're crossing the line now to take the checkered flag. An epic win, great driving from them, super consistent. Jumping on now with Brinkman, if you want to call this one in for the guys.
Yeah, Brinkman, what can be said? It's the Dutch guys, TED, isn't it?
DET, yeah.
I'm so out of it. I was not going to be commentating tonight. TED are going to round out the rest of the podium. Absolutely brilliant display from all of their drivers in a variety of cars as well, showing intense versatility. It's going to be second for Tom Brinkman, but I can't say will follow him really closely over the line. If it wasn't for them being teammates, that could have been significantly closer, but absolutely brilliant racing by all concerned. Christie will come across the line in an unfathomable 4th position, boding very well for the sprint races tomorrow in that 720S. Oh, he's still racing.
Yeah, he was 40 seconds off in the end.
I was on the wrong part of the track. Beautiful Pennzoil livery. Just hold it together for the last couple of corners.
And then there's another DT right behind him there. Timmerman's in that Porsche where his teammate was in the chat there, themselves young, and a great P5 from them. What could have been, if they didn't have that bit of a spin, that 10 seconds, they could have possibly got by Christie. But it's definitely a massively strong showing from DET tonight. With Eleanor's, Robson, then the first of the Eleanor guys. Like Ambernosa and Vickers will be more SSRI, so I'd give them that league to kind of promote their league as well. That's Robson across the line. D Hezog has already gone across the line. Van Vuren now across the line. Ideally for them, you know, there was the disconnect, I think it was that time, but they've gotten through that. Keys in 9th, Dr. Evil in 10th or Duval. Sean is in 11th. Nathan 13th, Tetley 14th,
13th. Wow.
Liam the unhandsome Smith brother in 14th, Campbell in the wall in 15th, and Mr. Bucko himself is in 16th position. We did lose Paul, and we did lose, is it the French, the French guy I was thinking there myself. But that was absolutely brilliant. Hopefully the few guys will jump into the waiting room, hopefully for a chat.
I will leave you in peace and go and take that nap that I was looking to take before this race started. Do you know what? No, do you know why I came? Do you know why I joined the? I joined the Discord because we were signing with the other endurance league that we were signing up for had the entries going live, and it seemed to catch everyone by surprise. So I was the only one who had the ability to come and say hi, to like enter those races. I saw you had the room open, so I thought I'd troll you and drop in and say hi. As it turns out, we both shared the box for the rest of the race.
Yeah, well, look, I want to say thank you so much because even though it was most unexpected, man, I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed doing comms with you. Me and you definitely need to hook up for comms more often. It was genuinely enjoyable because, you know, even the conversations in between, even though we didn't focus on the race for a lot of it, talking about other things, honestly, an absolute pleasure. I can't say enough. You're top class at doing the comms, mate. You're a waste of talent not doing it, and anytime I'm doing anything like this, you're more than welcome to jump in.
100%. No, exactly the same. Exactly the same to you as well. It's like one of the things that that I try so hard to do is to make sure that everyone's seeing the excitement and also seeing the intrigue when it comes to racing, and you do that naturally. I'm super excited for you to get your steering wheel and pedals and get in with the class with us. I'm looking forward to punting you. I mean, fighting with you.
You mean lapping me?
In the sprint races. And if you're still watching and you're not taking part in the sprint series tomorrow, tune in. Keep an eye on the Discord. Tune in to the streams and support the streamers that are broadcasting, because it's so important that we all stick together.
100%. Mr. Limitless Marcus
Hi to you.
and Kiki. How?
Give me a second. I'm just going to go and shout at some of the LNR boys to go and say hi. All right.
Yeah, no bother. And I'm just going to see where is the other guys.
It's been a pleasure, Horse.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll talk to you soon, my brother. Thank you so much.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, man. Well, congratulations, lads. I told you this before you even got into that race, you're going to win.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. It was a tough race.
Are you pretending it was tough, or are you just there before it came and going, lads, that was too easy, taking candy from a baby?
Well, I had the benefit of Chris having made a huge amount of time on the guys behind, so I didn't have to push too hard. But like I said, I haven't been racing in a good while, so I just didn't have the pace that anywhere near what Chris had. So it was tough. And then I think you saw it. Chris put it in the wall after pushing for fastest lap when he already had fastest lap.
But that's part of it.
Yeah, so that was 15 seconds damage, which kind of killed our buffer a little bit. But yeah, I think we play it safe and yeah, paid off with a win.
Lads, a phenomenal drive. I never doubt yous. Never doubt yous. But yeah, honestly, congratulations. He's kept it out of trouble. We were consistent. Even with Chris acting the MAGA, you still were able to come 26.3 or 4 seconds in the lead. So that's a credit to both of you for your pace and consistency, lads.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it would have been. Yeah, I think it would have been closer up front. Me and Mike were just saying, like a few of the top runners seem to have issues, whether it was hitting the wall, spinning, or disconnects or whatnot. It's a shame because it could have been a closer fight, but we'll take it.
Yeah, I to be honest with you, I think that he's definitely had massive pace, regardless of even if Sean or whoever didn't have their incidents or disconnects, whatever like that. I still think overall consistency, you guys are the top of it. Like you showed it last season, especially very unlucky in the end not to get that championship win, and you're, as always, massively. If I remember right, it was down to a certain person, although we were egging you on to keep going faster, and then a bit of a drop on coming into the last corner, wasn't it, actually, in Spa?
That was Mike through Blanchimont.
Yeah. Do you know what that was? Mike seeing Chris, it was Chris Wall, it was flashing his boobs. And sure, look, you can't help not look at that. But no, honestly, lads, I'm delighted for you. It's very well done. I'm just going to jump into the 2 other teams while they're there really quick. But honestly, congratulations, and enjoy rubbing it in everyone's face how good you are.
Thank you, and we'll see you at Paul Ricard.
100%. I'm actually really looking forward to that one. Very well done to you, lads.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you, man. Bye, bye, bye. Now let me see. Dutch Endurance. They're not in it now. Is De Goud or Van Oom there? De Goud or Van Oom. Where the hell is the Dutch? They're not there. Oh, guys, I was going to go in and say hello to his DT. But they are not there. Phoenix, I don't know, Wolfman Woody, John Dodds, and Chrissy. Lads, I just wanted to jump into you. Great job on P4. Definitely under the radar with that Macca.
Cheers, mate. I don't know where John is. He's gone AWOL, but no, it was just consistency. I think at the end of the day, stayed out of trouble. People died in front of us a lot. Took advantage of it.
Fair play, though. Honest to God, that was absolutely brilliant going. And yeah, like 4th position, a massive achievement in the Macca around here.
Yeah, I think qualifying 12. I know we were joking earlier on saying that top 5 was our aim, but I
Not really expected it.
Nah, not at all, not at all. So no, it was go from 12th to 4th. We'll take it any day.
Oh, 100%. That's a sick showing, to be fair about it. So very well done to us. Yeah, I just want to come in and say congratulations really quick, and I'm going to jump in and annoy a few others as well. But look, well done on tonight, and yeah, head up high for that one. That was brilliant.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate the stream.
Cheers, my bro. Talk to you later on. Very well done to them. That was genuinely a great showing. Let me see. I'll jump in with the guys here. Hello, Eleanor, guys.
Yeah.
Lads, unlucky one for you tonight, I think, more than anything else. It's a race of what could have been, but the main thing is he's didn't bitch out and he's raced to the end regardless. Was it disconnects or what was it that was happening? It looked so. I was so annoyed, especially for you, Sean, with the position obviously that you were in.
Yeah, so mine, yeah, it was just disconnected and that was it.
Jesus. Yeah, I thought it was load shedding at first, but then again, I seen you coming back into it. But still, though, you know, from literally being a good bit down to still finishing 11th after all that shit is amazing, to be fair about it.
You know, it all went pretty well after that. I mean, the pace was solid and consistent.
Mm. And then Alex Moore as well had a good bit of a race too. Unfortunately, near the end as well, obviously, stuff happened. But lads, honestly, I think he's done great. I think Paul was the only one. Did you see what happened, Paul, actually?
So Paul at the entrance of the chicane hit the wall on the inside, but on his screen he didn't.
Yep.
On my screen, it looked like he hit the curb and then the car just went straight into the wall on the far side. It made no sense. It looked like he just literally turned, locked the wheel to the left.
Yeah, when
so on his replay, he hit on his version of the replay, he hit the wall on the inside. On our version of the replay, he didn't.
Yeah, on my one, it just like he hit the car, but then locked the wheel to the left, and then the car went to the other side of the road. It made no sense, so it was obviously something to do with the net code or something.
Yeah.
But that's look, he'll come back to the next one. That's what I love about you, Eleanor. He's just finished the race anyway, and he's get on. And like with Robson then up in 6th position as well, it was great. And then Van Vuren then in 8th position as well. And I'm probably ruining their names, but honestly, well done, lads. And we look forward to seeing you in the next race.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Cheers, lads.
Cheers. Fair
play to them. Now, let me see here. No. Alimo's gone. Fun Tech Racing, what is the crack? Are you there?
Sorry?
How are you doing? Congratulations on the P7 after.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
How was it for you out there?
The temperatures were a bit high. We struggled a bit in the first split, the first stint. But yeah, overall it was a good race.
Yeah, and in the right car this time. So realistically, guys, how happy you finishing P7? Like, were you expecting more, or are you as content in that he's had a great race and you know you're happy at where you finished?
Yeah, I guess if we had a clean race, we could reach maybe P4. but yeah, I don't think that we were able to reach podium. So overall, I guess we're happy.
Yeah. Well, look, very well done. I just want to pop in and say congratulations, lads. Well done, and looking forward to seeing the next one.
Yeah, we too. Was fun. Thank you.
Thanks very much, lads. Fair play. And I'll jump in. I'll finish off, I think.
Yeah, no, I'll have a
How are you,
stream.
lads?
Are you following me?
I haven't talked to you in ages. How's life?
I know, it's been like, what, 2 seconds?
Christian, I used to love you until I seen you in that Ferrari gear. OMG. You're one of those people.
Where are these shots anyway? I just remembered.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Yeah,
I'll actually pull that out.
They're gonna come in. I just wanted to show why we're taking shots, because this was the finish.
That was so cool.
I was so fucking close. Like, okay, once again.
It's in the endurance chat.
I'll post that chat as well.
Right, so I'm going to have to add in the video capture now.
Yep.
No, wrong thing. Remove. Yes, I'll just add in a window and bring in the Discord and shape it down to Christian's beautiful face. Window capture.
I think he needs to go and get the shots first.
No. Oh, it's prepped.
Oh, good.
It's prepped.
I might actually go
Christian was looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm really upset. I'm genuinely really upset at the amount of competition that I have in silver this year, like this season. I genuinely thought that like Dave and yourself, Christian, were going to be bumped up to the next tier, and I was going to be left in like being able to fight for the win. Very disappointed.
Like this is what we were left with. If you perhaps can see what I see.
Oh yeah,
anyway.
you gotta watch the stream first.
Oh, wow.
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 Holy shit. Just
It was
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours, and it boils down to this, to like not even a length of a hood.
That is crazy.
And we were like, that was not the nicest fight at the end. We were just holding on with for dear life. The toys were worn. Tedley was worn.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was nasty.
Oh my goodness.
Well done.
As promised, I've got myself
Shots!
Shots for the boys.
Yes. This is the way.
This is what people watch the stream for this moment.
Oh no. This is the way.
All right. So there's going to be a few. The first one is to you, Colm. Great presentation, and apart from that, you won. You finished higher than me in the race. We actually
barely.
Cheers to that. Wasn't it the Evils? It was the Evils, I believe.
I can't remember what it was. It was in France.
Yeah,
the evals.
So the next one is dedicated to Tedley, who has quite the disliking for the chicane, I'd say.
Yep.
Just a bit.
Oh man, wait, can I join you in that shot? I will happily join you for that. Give me half a second.
Surely.
I'll be 2 seconds.
Right.
Do the other shots first.
I'm gonna have to now resize. I'm gonna try and get the other one in then as well. If we're gonna have shots, I'll get everyone in.
Alright. So then the next one is, before we drink on Tedley, this one is for finishing P13, which was our highest estimate at all, and nothing we really believed in. We have just had a few incidents, but overall a really good and clean race. So this one, Tedley, is to us in the green machine.
Nice one.
This Christian.
I'm gonna sleep well.
Very 1 second. I'm gonna try and pull in your camera now as well. You might as well share your stream.
You need to turn the bastard on.
All right. Oh, you have to change it and give me again. I'm trying to pull everyone's feckin' stuff in. Right. This is why when I do a podcast, this is all done before we do it.
This is how we do it, yeah.
Bear with me a minute, lads.
So this is done to Tedley and his dearly hate for the chicane. 2 times. Could have been P11, but we'll take 13.
Oh, 100%. Right, are you sharing your stream as well then?
I've got my camera on.
Oh dear. Let me have a look. There you go. There we go. There we go.
Oh, do I need to take another shot?
Yeah, you probably do.
I'll happily go with you because my bottle's almost finished.
Nice one. So this has gone to a stream of people doing shots now.
Yeah. I think this goes against YouTube terms and conditions somewhere, but
it's alright. We're grand.
Nobody knows what we're drinking. Not even I know what I'm drinking.
It's water.
I'm drinking Iron Brew. Yes.
It's mint.
Nice.
Ah, it's mint. Perfect.
Mint.
Yeah, it's basically brushing my teeth.
Perfect.
You get your brushing your teeth.
Stephen Tetley working far too hard on a Lamborghini when he could have just taken a Porsche.
Cheers to that.
Cheers.
He is matters. Well, lads,
hopefully more shots tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. I think that's a great way to end the stream, lads. Christian, well done on setting all this up as well with the team. Great event. Now, I've said it to the DET if they want to get involved a bit more with all the other communities coming in and that, so you might get them maybe giving you a bit of contact as well. But a great night. Ike, again, thank you so much for jumping in and doing a great job on comms. It was really enjoyable with you. And lads, well done on your P13. You have lived up to your expectations, and you know, you kept Limo behind, which is the main one as well. So
that was insane. That was such a cool finish. I wish we'd have seen that.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't. But lads, honestly, well done for tonight. And I go on to end the stream, so I want to thank everyone for watching as well. And yeah, guys, thanks so much. I'm going to talk to you soon.
Thank you.
See you all soon.
See you all tomorrow.
See you.